if I could sort of just jump in before we kick off, I've just entered into a trade, if that's any good.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, please. If you can start
right
now.
We started.
Yes, please.
Gotcha. Okay, excellent. Yeah. So just I've just entered short S&P.
Are you ready to share your screen?
Just
Howard?
a little bit above where we are now. Just get the chart to come through. Does it come through your side, Igor?
Yes.
There you go.
Here we go. Okay, excellent. Okay, so basically what we've had is we had an ABC rally from the bear market low, or the recent swing low, A up, corrective B down, and then wave C, which was obviously news driven, that final part of the recovery. So that's the news driven recovery. Since then, we broke down into an impulsive sequence to the downside, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's wave 1 down for me of a new bear swing. And from the low, we've had a 3-wave move up to the earlier high. So A, B, and C. And since then, we're doing which the trend line which connects these lows on the chart.
Yes.
So, okay, connection is not great. So we've just broken through the trend line on the recovery on the 30-minute chart. So I'm looking for basically an attack on the earlier low and then the swing low.
Yes.
Way down. So I've taken a small short position with a stop just a little bit above the channel high on the 30-minute chart. So looking for break. I think basically it was interesting to see how the corrective rebounds topped out just a little bit. We've got a whole bunch of, in fact, the week is coming through now.
Yes. Howard, can you tell me what was your plan before you made this trade? A little bit, just a few steps to understand your trade.
I think we might have lost Howard.
Yes, some problem with the connection right now.
I think he'll be.
Howard, are you here? There is a problem with connection right now.
Interesting.
I will be better. However, today is a really crazy day. Just to tell for all our viewers right now, it was a really crazy day, like last 7 days. But there is a difference because the last Friday we had a strong push upside and strong downside for the major currency pairs and for the stocks in the same time. But today we have only one direction, and US dollar is weak. However, we see some recovery for the stocks, but we will see. Howard, are you with us? Can you hear me, Howard? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think Howard's frozen again. No, yes. I can actually see him moving. I can't hear him though.
Yes, there's a problem there, but I'm trying to see his setup.
Yeah. I was just. I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
Again.
So I was just saying that we the rally here where we saw A, B, and C, it basically So it looks to me to be like the early stages of the next.
Yeah, it's still unstable on my side.
Yes.
So I'll hand it across to you while I look at my connection. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Nandan, can you give maybe about indices and the market today, your heat maps and some introduction, just to feel the market for this
Yeah, of
session?
course. Sure. Let me share my screen really quick. Give me one moment. All right, so hopefully you can see my screen now.
Yeah.
There
Yes.
you go.
Yes.
Okay.
You're losing again your screen.
Okay, there you go. So, is it up
Uh,
now?
Again disappeared. Today is a crazy day. Even on
Okay,
the
okay.
market and the YouTube too. Yes.
Let me try to show this screen again. Hopefully you can see it
Yes.
now.
Yes. Yes. Beautiful.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so today, just like you said, lots of dollar weakness in the market. Insane moves again. This whole week has just been filled with heavy moves. Swissy is still the strongest currency in the market, and we'll go into the charts. But I wanted to start off with the spreadsheet first, and starting off with the dollar pairs. This first layer of boxes, we got clear dollar weakness on the 4 hour. The daily trends are starting to fall in on the majority of the pairs, but currently the 4 hour is really what's showing us clear dollar weakness. And moving on, the Swissies are still strong on the 4 hour, the daily, and the weekly time frame. We got lots of consistency on that Swissy, and again, the Swissy has been moving in one direction this entire week, and it's been pretty awesome to see it. Euro is, I would say, there's some slight strength in the market for the euro, but largely it's not really doing anything. It's just being pushed by the wind. It's not in control of any movements. So I'm not going to really be looking into the euro pairs today. The Japanese yen, I know last time I was on, the yen pairs were strong on the 4 hour. We had lots of short-term momentum in the market for yen strength. That has seemed to come out of the market entirely now, and it's mostly just being pushed by what's strong or what's weak. So I took a look at the charts. There wasn't really many opportunities available, especially since we don't have much strength or weakness with the yen. So I didn't really think it's a currency worth talking about today. The pound, the 4 hour, the daily, and the weekly time frames are pretty much going sideways. There's not a lot of consistency. It's more so just what is it being pushed by. We have downtrends on the D1 with the pound Swiss and the pound CAD and pound yen. However, the pound yen, the weakness, or sorry, the strength has come out of the market entirely. So that's why on the 4 hour we don't see a trend happening. The pound Swiss, the Swissy is still strong, so that's why the pound Swiss is still in a strong downtrend. And I think we'll take a look at the charts again. We're at a key level right now, so it'll be pretty interesting to see that. The Aussie dollar, man, that currency was getting killed this week, but it seemed to have made a pretty strong recovery. There's not a lot of weakness anymore in the Aussie dollar. For the 4 hour, the daily and the weekly are still showing some weakness on the currency, but the 4 hour weakness has come out, so it's either consolidating or pulling back heavily now. So Canadian dollar, again, there's nothing really going on with this pair. There's It's more so a neutral currency in this entire market condition, and same thing with the New Zealand dollar. It's more so neutral as of right now. You can see we have a lot of no trends. The 4 hour and the D1 and the weekly does not look like what I have here on the right side. If I want the New Zealand dollar to be strong, I want one of these columns to be orientated like the boxes on the right here. It's either for strength or weakness, but unfortunately, we don't have much consistency. So moving to the charts, I thought today the best pairs to really look at, or currencies to look at in the market, would be the dollar, the Swissies, and you know gold. So I'm going to start off with the dollar pairs first, and we'll go in and see what's going on with the dollar. So starting
Right.
with the Aussie dollar, it's in a long-term downtrend. The weeklies have been pretty much consolidating. We did make a push to the downside, but now we are recovering on the 4 hour. The Aussie has pretty much pushed, with this dollar weakness in play as of right now. The Aussie dollar has pretty much um, been allowed to recover against the Aussie dollar. The dollar strength is what's pushing it down or pushing it up. Sorry, the dollar weakness is what's pushing the Aussie dollar up. The Aussie is not really the main driver here. It's more so the US dollar weakness in play. Euro USD. Man, this pair has been this pair has been interesting. So, again, long-term uptrend is in place. We broke out, we had a very strong move today in the daily. We can see this humongous candle just to the upside. This is about a 250 pip
Yeah.
move. So about a
That's
2 and
massive.
yeah,
Massive day.
almost a 2.5% move on this pair. Yeah, and you know, what I would be looking at for this pair is, yeah, I think we're pretty much at the end of a trend. Not at the end of the trend, but we are approaching some significant resistance here. All the way from 2022.
2021.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2021, 2022. That
Yeah.
that
Crazy.
time. And yeah, exactly. I'm just looking for a break of the current level right now at 1.147, and past there, I would be interested in a buy. But one thing I want to caution is we've been having very strong movements this entire week. Some of these trends, we have lots of trends available to us, but this market it's just been moving in one direction, for some of these trends just for a while, and I really would like to see a consolidation or a slight pullback, more so a consolidation, for at least for a couple of days, the market goes
Yeah.
quiet, and then a continuation of these trends. Right now, I'm really hesitant to get into a lot of these trends long term, just because if I was to get in right now, I'd be really hesitant just because they've been going in one direction for so long. So
Yeah,
keep
I
that.
think you got to play it kind of when the ranges get this big, you've got to go down to the shorter term charts and grab like 30, 40 pips on the short term stuff, haven't you? Really,
Yeah, yeah, and if you're really looking for a trend trade, I mean, you really just want to the best odds in your scenario would be a pullback or a slight consolidation on the 4 hour daily, and then a continuation. Then you can be more confident in the trend, because then at this point, once you're so deep into a move and the pair has just been moving up, 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 or in the Swissies just down, down, and down, you're closer to the market, and you're putting the odds in your favor of being in the trend long term, against your favor, for being in the trend long term. You're most likely to get cycled out on the next pullback or um, volatile movement. So, anyways, the pound US dollar. Pound US dollar is in an uptrend still on the weekly. I do remember a viewer of ours saying, a move back to 128, if that would be helpful or not. I personally said no. I didn't think a move back to 128 would be helpful, but hey, look what's happening. We had a move all the way down to 127 actually, and it's pulled back. It's now falling back into the long-term trend. So that's it's very interesting to see how it played out. But if I was to look at this pair, I'd wait for a breakout at 1.3211, and then potential we have on this pair is all the way up to the 1.34 area, and that is about 100 or 200 pips pretty much of potential still remaining on this pair. But I'd really want to see this pair break out of this next resistance level. Again, this pair has been moving up, up, and up. These are not small movements. These are humongous movements. This is just a 4 hour chart, but this is a 2% movement on this move. And that's happened
yeah,
in the last day. So
yeah.
getting into these,
I say you know why, because it's a wave three, and wave
yeah,
threes tend to accelerate.
right, right. So keep that in mind if you're getting into any of these long-term trend trades now. The dollar CAD, this pair, this is a really nice looking trend on the weekly time frame. This is a fresh cross down on the weekly charts. Going to the daily, we are currently at a significant area of support, and I think well, it's still moving down pretty strong, but I really want to see this pair consolidate here on the 4 hour, and then break that consolidation. As of right now, the current support area is 1.3833, 1.37, but with the current momentum, that could change very quickly. So I'd really like to see this pair consolidate before I really want to go into uh, trading this trend. But ultimately, if you were able to get into this trend earlier, then you have potential all the way down to I would say about 1.353. That is your next major target. I think the junk we got in the way, that's like 40, 50 pips away currently, even 100 pips away. I think that's more so just some noise that's going to be filtered out if the dollar weakness continues. If we have continuous dollar weakness next week, I don't think this pair has a problem pushing all the way back down to 1.353. So just keep your analysis in check and make sure you're drilling down the charts, every day and making sure you have consistent dollar weakness or Canadian dollar strength. But as of right now, there's no Canadian dollar strength. It's more so neutral and it's being pushed down by the US dollar weakness. Dollar Swiss, this pair has been making massive moves. Like I said, the Swissy has been the strongest currency. It's been the one making the major moves, ever since last week, and it's still continuing this week. And I'd be interested to see if it still continues next week. But next week, I'm not entering into any long-term positions on the Swissy, at least not right now. I really want to see these pairs consolidate. They could continuously keep going. They can keep on going. That's definitely a possibility. And I've been proven wrong before, but I really would want to see a consolidation for a full scale entry. But yeah, we've pretty much broken a major support level all the way from 2015. We've poked our head out, and I think our next major target is potentially down to 0.778, and then past there, if the pair continuously moves down, our next area of our next target, my next target is going to be 0.713. 0.713, around that area. So it'll be interesting to see how this pair plays out. But I do know a trader who bought this cycle to the upside, this range to the upside. He made about 500 pips, got out, and sold it right after when the trend indicator started to point down and the Swissy strength started coming in, and he's up about 600 pips now. And I don't know if he's exited, but it's absolutely insane to hear, 1,200 pips within the month.
Yeah.
Just to say something, Nandan, just
Yeah.
about the COT report that I analyzed a few days ago and related just for your story this. This is
Mhm.
for the first time that I watched the US dollar Swiss, for example, COT report. The first time the retail traders and the big, uh, big hedge funds and the speculators were on the same side. So
Yeah.
a lot of retail traders made a long short trades for US dollar Swiss, and the when we compare the line, when we compare the COT report, the same direction have the both lines. So
Nice.
it's a really good for the retail traders, and there are a lot of retail traders just made a sell order for US dollar Swiss. So I congratulate them because
Yeah.
it's
Nice to see.
fascinating because there's no. I think that retail traders who trade U.S. dollar Swiss are profitable. So for the first time on a COT report and futures market, it's really insane, and I hope that will be more and more often in the future. So we are not the
Yeah.
losers. Just to say that.
Yeah.
Sorry for
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
interruption.
No,
No,
that's
it's
that's
great.
that's
It's
fine.
great that we're moving into a trending environment. In which case, we can all make money. Everyone can.
Yeah,
It's when you get chopped in a range. You're buying breakouts and it comes back, and but now
Right.
we're seeing this broad-based dollar weakness, which I think is a multi-year thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be back to the 70s or the 80s. When we had these long trends.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, definitely will be interesting to see how this all plays out. Who knows? Maybe we can get some more tariff news and we get more volatility in these markets. So, so yeah,
But you
as
can.
of right now, right. As of right now though, Swissy is still strong, dollar is weak. That's why you have these massive movements. I mean, these are, oh my
Yes.
goodness, these are humongous movements just from today's main session alone. We have about, well, is this from the main session? Well, from this last 24 hours, we have look at this bar. This is a 2% move pretty much, and this pair has just been moving in one direction for the last couple days. It's just moving
Yeah.
down, down, and down. So if you got into this trend, man, I would be really just holding on to this pair and seeing how much further it can push down. We still have Swissy strength and dollar weakness currently, so that's the perfect environment to be in for you to hold this trade long term.
Yeah, even against the euro, isn't it? It's making lows against the euro, the
Uh,
Swiss.
the, yeah,
You,
yeah, I believe the Euro Swiss is actually at a major support level. So yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that pair. Swissies are the next currency group, but yeah, I agree. It's been making lows. But the US dollar yen is the next pair. We're in a weekly downtrend again. We are at a current major area of support at 142 at 142.70. So I'm looking for this pair to consolidate. I think you're at the end of the trend on this pair. You got 200 pips to the ultimate next support, next ultimate target. You got 200 pips till that area, but you're pretty deep into this trend. I don't think I think at this point, if you're trying to get into a fresh movement cycle, you're certainly not in it with the dollar yen. So I think there are certainly better other trends available, and I think you might have just missed the dollar yen to move on the downside. So
Yeah.
looking at the New Zealand dollar, this is one of my favorite looking pairs on the weekly time frame because this pair has not made it's a developing W1 uptrend. So we've been in this humongous range on the weekly time frame, and I'm really looking for a break of let's move into a smaller time frame. Daily seems a little better. So I'm looking for a break of 0.585 and past there, just the way these dollar pairs have been moving, if we get this continued dollar weakness and we get New Zealand dollar strength, I don't see a reason why this pair cannot take all this back and go up to 0.624 or 0.625 around that area. I
yep.
definitely see that as a possibility. The next pair is gold. This pair has been making beautiful moves. Gold has just been it pulled back very hard, earlier, and now it's just fallen completely back into its uptrend. It's broken all-time highs, and we're pushing higher. So if you got into this pair earlier this week, 2 days ago when it really started to fall back into its trend, I would certainly hold. I would certainly hold right now. I think you got into a really nice position, and I think you got into a fresh movement cycle. Especially, I was mentioning this last time on the last session I was on. If you bought when gold was at its all-time highs before, you were pretty much at deep into an uptrend. We've pulled back pretty hard, and now we've fallen back into the uptrend. That's a fresh movement cycle. This is a fresh D1 trend back to the upside. So I really like seeing that. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful entry if you got that, if you're able to get it earlier this week. And if I was in your position, I would certainly hold gold. Certainly scale out some lots, but I'd leave the rest to ride. And that's pretty much the dollar pairs. Now moving on to the Swissies. So let's go into the weekly time frame and all these Swissy pairs. Dollar Swiss we already went over. Euro Swiss. This pair is now currently at support. So all-time support. I think this is historical support levels. So just by the way the Swissy has been acting, it's been treating these historical support levels with like it's nothing. It's been breaking through them and continuing and pushing past them. So as of right now, we have some euro strength in the market. It's not a lot. It's just very tiny amount, but the Swissy is still very strong. So I don't see a problem with setting a price alert on this pair at 0.920, and past there, I'm looking for this pair to move strongly to the downside. So I just want to see continued Swissy strength, but ultimately, what I want more than anything right now is just a consolidation. I just want these markets to chill out and take a break for a couple days.
Hmm.
But of course, it can continue. So it can keep on going. I can be looking for a consolidation, and this pair might break through and just keep moving, and I might have just missed it. But for me personally, I really want to see the market consolidate for a few days. Pound Swiss. Or actually, sorry, the Euro Swiss historical. If we break that historical low, I'm just holding it. forever pretty much until the market's telling me otherwise. We don't have any support after that level of 0.920. So, just continuously watch how the pair moves. The pound Swiss, currently we are at a support level all the way back from, let's see, 2023. And we are just teetering there on the 4 hour. The 1 hour is starting to consolidate, which I'd really like to see. The 4 hour is starting to um, it's starting to lose its momentum now. Even though we have a move to the downside, you can see these last couple. Um, you know, Today we didn't really make too much of a we didn't make too much of an extreme movement on this. It's starting to lose its juice moving to the downside. So I'm really looking for a break of 1.061, and past there, I think we ultimately have potential. We almost have a clear shot just down to these lows here, 1.020.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's certainly a possibility, especially with the Swissy strength that we're seeing in the market. The pound doesn't have, it's more neutral against the currencies in the market. So, we don't really have any resistance against the Swissy strength. So I don't see a problem with this pair pushing all the way down unless the dynamics change.
That's a nice nice completion of an ABC rally at the high there, the corrective high, 3 waves up from the low.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's typical. That's like that's making new lows. That's clear kind of anti-trend rally. Three
Yeah.
waves up from a low is it's there's only one way this should be going, really.
Yeah, that's even better. Right. So Aussie Swiss, monthly we're in a downtrend. We've broken all historical lows. The Aussie dollar has been, it's more so neutral now. The Aussie dollar weakness has pretty much come out of the 4 hour time frame. So I'm not sure what to really expect of this pair. We still have Swissy strength in the market, but this pair is ranging. It's been ranging, and it's in a 300 pip range. So it's either going to break this support level and continue, or it's going to continuously be in this 300 pip range. I don't know. The Swissy is still strong, but the Aussie dollar is more neutral now. The weakness has come out entirely on the 4 hour. So I'm kind of confused on what to do on this pair, so I'm going to skip it and then just move on to the next pair, which is New Zealand dollar Swiss. New Zealand dollar Swiss is pretty much a similar story with the Aussie Swiss. It's in this long-term downtrend. We broke out of historical lows, and now we're just in this massive range. So if I'm looking to trade this pair or sell this pair, I'm waiting for it to break the lows at 0.4635 and then continue lower past there. But just looking at the way this chart is moving and looking at how the weakness of the Aussie and the New Zealand has kind of come out of the market, I wouldn't be surprised if this pair ranges a little longer and moves back up. So CAD Swiss, same story again. Broke all historical lows. Daily time frames going down, weekly time frames going down. The 4 hour is starting to go sideways and consolidate. It seems like we can have a pullback and then maybe a continuation. A continuation of the downtrend after a pullback. But as of right now, it's consolidating. We don't really have much going on with the Canadian dollar. Swissy is still strong, but again, all of these Swissy pairs, they've been moving in one direction for days, and humongous moves for days. So I really want to see a consolidation on these Swissy pairs. So right now, even though the Swissy has clear long-term strength and short-term strength too, I really want to see a consolidation on these pairs. The dollar yen, if I do remember earlier when I was on, I did mention the Swissy yen was going nowhere. Well, it's pushed up. The reason is because the yen strength has come out of the market. So when you have a tug of war going on between
Sorry,
currencies.
Nandan, I would like to create one trade. Can I fast just do that?
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
you
of course.
continue. Sorry because of this. It's just something that I watch. It's a small, just a trade. Nothing special. But I just want to show that to
Yeah,
users.
please.
Just a moment to. I have just a problem to show. Okay, at the stage. Yes, I hope that you see. And
Yep.
right now, I create a small buy trade. Okay, just to see like this. I have the problem to type the number of lots here. It's a platform that let me do like this, Okay, I will just make a trade here, and I will just describe a little bit more about this trade. First, to say the stop loss will be 3.9049, and my take profit I will make empty right now because I have several things just to show what I want to show here. So on the, I think, let me say maybe 1 hour chart just to represent how that looks like here. So the problem is right now that we have the high of the day, and that high was at 1.3145, and then we started to make correction. The interesting thing that correction is made to retest 100 psychological level for US dollar index. And the low just we touched, I think the 10 minutes ago, was in the moment when we touch the 100 level again. So we want to retest that level again, and maybe to continue on the bullish side of British pound dollar. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not, but what I'm doing is we are bullish today. I hope that we'll continue to be bullish. On the 30-minute chart, we don't have any kind of the proof that there is some falling falling moments for the British pound dollar or something like that. On the 30-minute chart, when it drove the trend line on the relative strength index, it's a bullish from the April 4. So nothing changed there. We're near that trend line, but we are still above that. And one thing which is important too, today when we divide the high and low, it's a level 1.305. So we are still above that level. And I just want to see, can we hold that level and go maybe again above? And maybe this trade will be losing trade. I don't know. But this is the opening range. So what I'm trying to do, I want to buy the low of the US opening range, and then to try to keep this trade on the right track. The only thing that I'm bothering a little bit, this is I think 5 or 6 sessions in a row when we have a bullish trend without any session without bearish trend. So this is the only thing that I'm afraid that maybe this trade will not survive. So it's some kind of the scalping trade, even that my stop loss is 40 pips, but with a day when each day we have more than 200 pips, this is the small stop loss. So right now we're approaching and we touch 1.307. I don't want to chase here the lowest low. It's dangerous. I have a wider stop loss, and I just want to see will we survive next 10 minutes. And if we not survive, this trade will touch the stop loss. If we survive, we will see the new high. I hope so. So I just want to see what will happen right now. But sorry that I interrupt you. If you want to continue, please. I will just stop my screen here. Please continue, and sorry because interruption.
No, that's all right. Thank you for sharing that. So I hope the trade works out. Let's go back into. Okay, yeah, the dollar Swiss, or sorry, the Swissy yen. I was saying that we'd had some yen strength earlier in the week, and that strength has pretty much come out. And on this daily time frame, the Swissy is just so strong. It just took the Swiss yen up with it. So earlier when the yen was strong, that's why we had more so of this choppy movements to the upside, because there was a lot of tug of war going on. The Swissy and the yen were fighting for who's going to be stronger. Is it going to be the Swissy strength that's going to continue, or is the new yen strength going to take the Swissy, take over of the Swissy? But the yen has folded pretty much. The yen strength has pretty much come out of the market, and the Swissy is still strong. So that's why we have this big move to the upside on the Swiss yen. Let's check the heat map out now. Again, we had strong dollar weakness. So today in the main session, we had a lot of we had some yen yen strength in the market. Yen weakness in the market. My apologies. We had a lot of yen weakness in the market. So, I'm not seeing anything on the charts really. I took a look at the charts of the yen charts again, and there isn't really much that I'm looking at for long-term trend trades. So it's just mainly just short-term momentum taking over. And yeah, certainly the best trades to take within these last two sessions, within today, was certainly the dollar pairs. The dollar Swiss, in my opinion, was definitely the best move that happened. Even though we have New Zealand dollar going to the upside, it's currently at a major resistance level. So I want to see these pairs consolidate, and if I can get into this New Zealand dollar pair when it breaks out, that'd be fantastic, because I think we have a very strong chance of pushing all the way back to 0.634, 0.635 around there. So that's pretty much what I'm
Yeah.
looking at in the market. Gold, especially if you got into that trade, congratulations to you on that. I'd certainly hold it. We had some interesting moves on crypto as well these last couple days. We had some strong moves to the upside, and I would consider them as short-term day trades. I don't know if the market is, I don't know if the crypto market, Bitcoin especially, is going to continue going up. The weekly, we're still in a downtrend, but we're starting to lose momentum going to the downside. So um, we're just kind of ranging. We've been ranging for these last couple weeks, and just in a range of either 88,797 all the way down to where it made its lows at 75,000. So is it going to
That's okay.
continue moving up? I'd love to see it. I really want to see Bitcoin move back up. Um,
It's kind of snap
but
back into the range, isn't it?
yeah, it's just snapped back into the range. So I'm looking for a breakout of this point here at 88,797. I'm looking for a breakout of that point, and hopefully the entire crypto market is green, or we got some positive news from Trump, or anything, just a catalyst to really push it out of this range and potentially make its all-time highs, and hopefully push past there. So I think these recent moves were more so a day trade. I would consider them as day trades for crypto. You certainly had momentum on your side, but if you're holding it for long term, you can certainly hold it for long term. But I'm it's not too clear if it's going to continue, or if it's going to just teeter off and fall back into its range, and go down again. But yeah, that's my view on the markets. I really want to see these markets consolidate. That's if you forgot everything I said, the biggest thing you got to take away is I want the market to consolidate before getting into any of these trends. They're fantastic trends
Yeah.
available, but you got to have some type of consolidation or pullback.
Yeah. I say this is like in Elliott wave terms, this is a third wave, and very often it doesn't happen until it's kind of too late. In
Yeah,
terms of trading, you get this acceleration. You sit there watching, thinking, "Wow, where'd this come from?" And then by the time you think you get the consolidation, it's probably too late to buy the shallow dip, and you get a deeper one. Yeah, let me just if I can just present. I'm in a different location at the moment, so hopefully the tech will work. 1 second. Let's see what we have. Okay, let me know when you can see this chart of dollar index.
yep,
Here it
can see it
is.
now.
Cool. Okay, so basically a long-term chart. I've been banging on about this multi-year down cycle for the dollar that began in February. Really, if you go way back to 2008, that was when the last dollar dollar down cycle finished, and it's basically been a bear market rally all the way since 2008. It topped out in 2022. We saw the first leg down, and then we saw an Elliott ABC correction, a three-wave move, which we looked at before. And when you get these three-wave moves, they're typically against the trend. Let's just zoom in there so we can see it a bit better. So there's the top of the last cycle. There's the first leg down, an A, a three-wave move B against the trend, and then a C, and that completes that ABC rally. And then obviously after a completion of an ABC rally, then you get the next leg of the trend, and that's really what we've been seeing. So this is actually a wave 3 of this whole sequence from the dollar swing high back in 2022, which I think should take us way down to these lows here, which is quite an aggressive move, I would say. And I think eventually we go below them. But this for me is kind of like we're just breaking down in this. We've trapped the buyers on the breakout to the upside, and now we're ready to go again. And I think this is kind of an acceleration. Maybe we'll get a chance to sell pullbacks once we're through. Maybe not. Maybe it just goes, because obviously once markets start to panic, then you can get some pretty fierce movements. But also, just going further back, it's interesting how it stopped at that orange line, which was the. Let's just get back on the old breakout point from the previous bear market. So we've got this massive level which the market stopped, the rally stopped here, and then we had this retest here which didn't get quite as far. So it's really not a market for the buyers. I know it's become a little bit obvious now, but a few weeks ago and a couple of months ago, when everybody was bullish, it wasn't quite as obvious. So it's good to be a little bit ahead of the curve on this thing. So that's dollar index. Let's stop sharing now. Just 1 second. Let's stop sharing now. And we head back to, let's just go back to get rid of that one. And we'll go back to the other markets now.
I just want to see your trade related to indices.
Yep. Okay. So this is the S&P one. So basically a short with a tight stop, a little bit underwater, but the stop is just above these highs here on the intraday chart. So basically going on the basis that that was the end of the correction, first leg down, and then we're just chopping, and then we break down again. So looking for this thing to make new lows for the session, and then I'll be pretty happy that we're on our way. But at the moment we're still stuck in this kind of overnight session range. But as I say, I think it's the rally stalled in a really important place, an obvious place to think about a bear market rally. So this the ABC structure here, we've got all the buyers on the longer term chart. If I can just get to the longer term chart again, just to reiterate that point. Let's go to the daily here. So what we've got on the daily chart here, we had the double top here. There's the break from the double top. There's the retest, which stalled at the old support point, and then we've had this big breakdown, and then the corrective rally has stalled right at these lows. This is to me is typical bear market action, when the rally stops at broken support. This is straight out of the textbook. If I can just get that right, there we go. And just drop that like that. Yeah. So big breakdown, corrective bounce. So all these people that are long above this line are still underwater. And it looks like we had a nice reversal yesterday, and today we're chopping. But I think once we start to break down, then I think we're back to the bear market. So that's really what I'm kind of looking at on the S&P. There is another. Let's just have a look. Any thoughts on the S&P, guys?
Yes, it's a pretty messy situation. For example, I have on indices one trade. It's a bullish trade from I think yesterday, and I'm in profit. Yeah. But when I look right now, the market, I see the bearish divergence, and I think that I'm on break even, so there's no risk for that trade. But like you said, right now, when I look the market, the daily chart and plus the 30-minute chart, there is some kind of the bearish bias, and we can draw on this chart that you show right now. We can draw a trend line. We will get some kind of triangle here, and we are in some bearish triangle right now. So you are absolutely right. There is a bearish bias here for the indices.
Yeah. The S&P 500.
Yeah, I'd say I'd feel.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
there.
I'd feel. No worries. I'm just saying I'd be a lot more confident on it once we start cracking these lows. I mean, we've had the trend line break and we've bounced, but once we start cracking these lows, then it's like, yes, we're on our way, kind of thing. But for now, it's just a small position. Just looking for it, just kind of probing ahead, anticipating that this is the lower high, and then we break. So that's that one. The other trade I've got on at the moment, or watching.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, sure,
never mind.
sure.
You have another trade. Never mind. Go ahead.
Actually, we're not at the trigger level yet, but yeah, you go ahead. I'll come back to it.
Oh, okay, yeah, just a quick thing. Yeah, I wanted to put in that the S&P 500 is correlated with the Japanese yen pairs. The yen pairs, they're opposites of each other. If the S&P 500 is going up, the yen pairs are usually weakening, and if the yens are strengthening, then the S&P 500 is usually weakening. So it's an inverse correlation. When one goes up, the other one goes down. So it's interesting to see how that's playing out.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because just out of interest, if we can just go to the shorter term chart on dollar yen, which is already kind of, as you say, it's made its move. The rally in the stock market was this. So stock market rally, dollar yen rally, and notice how dollar yen retraced all of it and then continued. So I think that's what we've got in store for the stock market. I think dollar yen is kind of leading the way a little bit. So the relief rally on the tariff news was completely retraced. So anyone who bought on it is now underwater, and now the real trend continues. And I think we're going to see a similar move on the S&P, but it's obviously a little bit early days yet. I guess by comparison, we're somewhere around here. Which kind of leads me on to my potential trade. My second potential trade is short sterling yen. We're not there yet. It's been a little bit boring today. But if I can just zoom into this one. So again, there's the news related move, and we've since broken down quite, I think in Elliott wave terms, quite impulsively down to the low that we saw earlier. From that point, we're seeing a little bit of a choppy bounce, but no real momentum on the upside as of yet on this one. So I think if we were to reverse and start cracking through some of these lows on the intraday chart, which is where I've got my sell entry, 186.45. If we can start to reverse and start to break down through those lows, probably in conjunction with the S&P breaking down, then I think we start to see the next leg down on sterling yen. But it's kind of an anticipatory trade again. So if the S&P breaks down, then I'm going to be quite in the money on that one, and this will be kind of almost adding to it in some respects. So that's kind of where I am on my strategies for the day.
Nice,
excellent. So can I start a little bit?
Has your sterling trade got?
Yes, we will see very soon. I will just share just to see what's happened. First, let me see how the trade is going on. Then we will go with analysis. So right now we are in profit. Just to see, can you see me? Not yes. Okay, just to show first the platform. So on the platform right now we can see that there's something. I think that I will show on a different chart or that kind of analysis. But a lot of traders, they see like they see some kind of the pattern on the 1 minute chart, on 15-minute chart. It looks like some pattern, some bearish pattern on the chart, and they decide to make a short trade, which is very often in this volatile, strong trends a huge mistake. So I so many times made that mistake. So now I'm doing opposite. So I will just show on the better charts that I have, just to analyze that in some better way, where we can see really the past price. I will just show you soon. You will be able to see. Now you see it. Okay, so I will just show you here what is the problem. So we have the highest high for British pound dollar just a couple hours ago at 1.3143. Then we went down. Then we go up on a lower level, and we start to go down. And look this price here. It was near to 1.306. And a lot of traders will make sell order here because they think, oh, this is the opportunity. We have this pattern right now. We have a lot of traders use a double bottom or reverse patterns when they trade. However, when you have this kind of the trend, this is the really strong trend. And I will just show this on the 30-minute chart. Look, this is the April 4. And this is the 30-minute chart. 30-minute chart. And we have one trend line from the April 4, 7 days. When we have the normal British pound dollar movements, usually 6-7 hours, we have one direction, 6-7 hours, another direction, And now we have 7 days, one bullish trend. When we watch only relative strength index oscillator. So it's a really remarkable trend and very, very strong trend line. When we break this trend line, only then I can think to wait for some sell order, but only then. Till that, I'm bullish for British pound dollar. So this is the very important thing. And now this is the moment when I entered into the trade to here about this level. Then we fell 20 pips in just a few minutes. And again, we're above 1.31. Of course, we're playing here. I don't know what will happen. There can happen anything. We can break this 1.305 level and start to go down. There's no problem with that. However, what I think that's happened right now, that we are retesting 100 level on the US dollar currency index. And that retest is everything. So if price reject 100 level and start to go down, we are bullish and we are going up for British pound dollar and vice versa. So I will monitor that all my day to see what will happen. Of course, this trade I will close in the end of the day because this is I cannot say scalping, but this is the really short time trade. I wanted to use a small pullback during the US opening range. Now, just to see where we are on the chart. So based on this chart right now, we are very, very near to the last week high, 1.32 level. And I'm waiting to see, will we approach this level today? Now, when we watch, it's a 100 pips to this target. But suppose that we have crazy volatility these days. Everything is possible. So
you never know, do you? You never know how quick it can happen.
No, this is the really, and I will show you, for example, my trade from the morning, and you will see how that crazy volatility is in movement. So just to give a bias from the Mario levels and Gann theory. So we are here very near to 8/8 ultimate resistance area. However, there is a high probability that we can go up to 1.34 area. It's because it's a September high, and I'm talking like this, and I'm telling that there is a big probability for that because on euro dollar we broke this ultimate support, and believe or not, just Nandan showed that we touched the level from from the 2021. So it was the really 4 years ago high we touched today. And the crazy thing is that yesterday close was on the yesterday high, for example. So fast moving. So every single day, 200 pips, 200 pips. It's uncommon for euro dollar, especially for euro dollar. For British pound dollar, I can imagine, but for euro dollar, this is insane, because euro dollar is a slow mover when we compare for British pound dollar, but right now it's crashing, and I like to monitor that and to see what will happen there. So Aussie on the daily chart, very good. I'm seeing, for example, that we are breaking this bearish trend line that we have from the February month. And if I see that we break Aussie dollar, this trend line today, after today's close, I will wait maybe next week to see pullback, and maybe I will make a buy order, but I want to retest this trend line or relative strength index first. And the same thing is for New Zealand dollar, the same shape. We are breaking a little bit this trend line, but like I said, when we watch the daily chart, we need to wait to see a daily close. And then when I see the daily close, I will decide, is it break or not? Because a lot of time, this breakout will disappear on the end of this day, because the relative strength index works after the candle close. So this is the Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar. And for US dollar, Japanese yen, we are touch the channel. We are on the channel support, and this is very interesting to see what will happen here. Can we hold? Maybe bullish, maybe not. What will be here? But I want to wait for something, and then maybe to enter into the trade, because this channel is just a imaginary line. I don't know. Will market follow my line? So this is the only to think about that, but I don't have any trigger for buy order yet. And now what I want to show you is, yes, I have one trade. It's a trade. This is my stop loss and entry point, because I'm break even right now. I trade US 30 index. So I catch the moment when we on the low here. And right now, 1, 2, 3 times we made lower lows, and I didn't break my stop loss. I'm still positive there. But we can see, like Howard said, there is, for indices right now, some kind of the bearish bias. Maybe if we see the hourly close above this trend line, we can say that we are bullish. However, I have a very good entry point. I'm break even. I will not touch anything, and I will wait to see. Maybe markets start to go up, and then maybe I catch some big trend. If I don't, no problem, because I'm protected with the stop loss right now.
You got a nice level. You got in at a very good level, so you don't have to worry about
the level. Yes, just because of that. But like you said, there is a bearish bias here, so I don't know what will happen here. And now what I want to show you is the trades from the morning. I open here offline charts, so I can show without any problem. I will show you the 30-minute chart. So what's happened early morning? Early morning, when I was wake up, it was the really early, around I think 6 a.m. in my country, and that was the moment when I took my phone and I saw that we touched 100 level for the US dollar index, and I started to watch my charts. So it was I think it was this moment in the morning. I will just make this line here. This is the moment when we touch 100 level, and the price started to some kind of reaction, and then we got a bearish trend for euro dollar, British pound dollar in that moment, and then something that's really insane. We had a GDP report, so it's a really high impact news for British pound dollar. It was minus 0.1%, and we expected 0.1% positive result. We got 5 times better results, 0.5%. I think that in every single circumstances, we will got some huge spike for British pound dollar. And believe it or not, during that news, price started to go down. And just reject news because the traders do not watch the news anymore. They just play this volatility and chase for good levels to enter into the trade. And I waited, and now I will show you the 1 minute chart. And this is the moment when we had the news. I wait the price start to go down, and then I see the consolidation on 1 minute chart. One time, second time, and here I made a buy order somewhere here because I thought that, I make a break. But the good thing is I made a little bit bigger stop loss area, like in this trade now, and the price started to go up. And believe it or not, when we were on the level 1.3, in just 15-20 minutes, we went 50 pips up.
Wow.
Just 50 pips up. And I realized, yes, I can.
Nice intraday move.
And in that moment, there is some small reaction because now in this moment, this is the daily high. This is the weekly high actually. And in this moment, again, there is a reaction and pull back down. And because my trade was around 1.3 level and the price was very near here at the half at 1.3025, I entered one more trade. And this is more luck than science and knowledge. It's just because my position here, as the price started to go up again. And I had 2 positive trades. This trade, I hold a little bit above this level and put a stop loss 10 pips in profit. And this trade very, very fast, I just made to be break even. And I just let it go. And price started to go up and up and up and up. And then I needed to decide which target should I take. And what I did, I will just show that chart again. It is the best to see the daily chart. The daily chart here. It was the yesterday Friday, and maybe it's better to take this chart like this. Yes, this is so we touched 1.32 last Friday. Price started to go down, and here there is a oscillation. So I put my target here at around level 1.31. So I made 100 pips with one trade and 75 pips with another trade. And this week, actually, if I'm honest, I had a 30% winning rate because my Monday was beautiful and my Friday was beautiful. But Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I had a bad. Actually, it was a good trade because I love that trades. I had a decent stop loss, excellent entry point. I like my trades, but the problem is, I was in Tuesday. I shared that video because I made a screen of the whole process. In Tuesday, traders can watch that because the whole process I showed. I pick excellent entry position. I put excellent stop loss, even 10, 15 pips below the low. So everything I did excellent. And price, believe it or not, touched my support, closed my trade, went 2 pips down, and then 60 pips up. And I, instead of the winning trade, I had a losing trade. And I showed that in that video. So it was frustrating, but actually it's a part of the trading. I didn't chase after that. I just said, okay, another session, this session I'm done. So So this was the trade, and when I analyze my trades, 30% winning ratio, but excellent risk reward ratio for this week, and good profit. So I think that this trade that I made, just for the testing, and it will be just the ordinary trade, because I just want to tell all traders that watch this, there should be no emotional attach to the trades. There's no anything to chase. Just need to relax, and to accept any kind of the loss, because it's normal, because I cannot predict the market. I don't know right now, as you can see, this trade, I don't know. First, we are about 1.31 level. Now we are again something down. I don't know what will happen here, but I have bias. I have a stop loss, so I have a
Good.
target, no problem. So this is the something that I don't want to think about that. And this is, I think, the best approach, psychologically the best approach.
Yeah.
So
No,
I
I
will just
totally
remove
agree.
this
Totally
chart.
agree.
So friends, do you have some interesting setup, maybe for some swing trading or something like that, from long-term trades? Some idea for the next week, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me just show you what I got on the longer term stuff. So.
Yes, please, Howard.
Okay.
You need
Now,
to
I think
look for the
we may have
inspiration.
seen. Yeah, we need some inspiration. Hang on. That's this.
Yeah.
We may have seen this one before, but just to show you where I think we are in the long term, the cycles and things. Should be coming through shortly. Okay, let me know when it comes through.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Now, yes, we have.
There you go.
Great. Okay. Yeah. So again, just kick it off with euro dollar. So yeah, I think we looked at it last week, but I think we are in the very early stages of a long term multi-year bull cycle, and I think we're at a similar stage to where we were back in 2002 on euro dollar. Remember the dollar index chart that we looked at before? So just flip it upside down. So we're kind of that was the end of the last bear market for euro dollar here in 2000. Then we had the first leg up, a little correction, deep correction, sideways, and then we got the breakout, and that kicked off the whole trend. And I think we're at a very similar stage now where we've had a multi-year correction down cycle, didn't take out the last cycle low. It came pretty close, but it never took it out. So it's a corrective decline, in my opinion. The trend is up for euro dollar, multi-year, multi-decade. 2022 was the end of the correction, or the end of the bear market, if you will. First leg up, ABC correction. Second leg, a correction of the first leg up, as we were back here, and now we're breaking through the wave one high, which is what we did back here. So when we talk about ranges expanding and volatility exploding, look what happened last time. These are monthly ranges, so we're in a very tight tight monthly ranges here, because nobody knew which way the market was going to go. And then as it started to break higher, we started to see these big monthly ranges. So volatility really exploded as we started this new trend, and I think that's essentially what we're doing right here, right now, for euro dollar. So I think we're targeting, at least we're targeting these highs, mid 120s, for euro dollar. But I think ultimately we're going to go much higher. But that's for another day. That's a story for another day. Moving on to, let's get dollar yen. That's the one which I wanted to take a look at. So dollar yen again, early stages of a multi-year bear cycle. So this is where we are right now on dollar yen. I know you're talking about it maybe losing momentum on this this recent push lower, but I think we are in a very similar stage to where we were back here, but obviously the other way around. So that was a major bottom. This, I think, is a major top. The rally from the 2011 low breaks down as an Elliott three-wave move, an ABC, A, B, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for wave C. So that completes the whole three-wave move. And then we started to do 1 down, 2 up, and now we're starting to break down, which I think we're kind of in the early stages of a wave 3 decline, which should take us way down on dollar yen. In a similar way to this, this wave 3 took us up in a straight line from the low here. Any thoughts on those guys?
Yeah, I agree with what you said. I'm hoping if the dollar weakness continues, I 100% agree with you. That pair, that support level, I think it can blow straight through it. Especially if we get yen strength that comes back in. If this dollar weakness continues for days and days and days, and we're just consolidating at that point, and now we finally got some yen strength coming in, man, I really do think that pair could push really hard, especially with the moves we've been making. Historical supports seem to not matter anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just
So.
throw them out. Yeah, overbought, oversold. Throw them out the window for the time being.
Yeah.
This is sterling yen on a similar kind of scale. So yeah, I guess if we were to start to crack through this low here on sterling yen, which is just above 180, the figure, which is a long way off in kind of real terms for us, but it's gravitating towards that level. To be fair, it could be a yen-led move once it goes. Euro sterling, so euro yen perhaps not as clear for me. That one still seems to be very 50-50 in terms of the range. I think I'd have to start to see it much lower within the range to think it's a really broad-based yen move. But typically when dollar yen does go, the other two go with it. So I mean, I've got this as possibly the end of the whole cycle as well, but it's a little bit early days. I need to see it a bit lower first before I can get confident about it. So yeah, really interesting moves coming up on a lot of these markets. Let's just stop sharing there.
So I think when I watch this US dollar Japanese yen chart that you just show, when we watch monthly levels, I see that in 2021 we started that bullish trend. But what is interesting is that on the March 19 last year, the Bank of Japan, they ended its negative interest rate policy and raising the rate to a range between 0 and 0.1%. And it was the first increase after 17 years. And that fundamentally can maybe push that in the opposite way, maybe can push US dollar Japanese yen to downside. So we can see, of course, what we'll see. But I just think about that you're completely right. So November 2011, so is a similar turning point like this moment now. So
it feels that way. It feels that way.
Yes. There is one big difference. That move was made by George Soros. now we need him to help us to put it down. But I will try what I can do. But I think that few lots cannot change that. So for sure.
So just to jump in, the S&P is starting to break those lows now, so hopefully we start to get the momentum. Let me just present my screen. Hopefully, where's it gone? Let's try that. Okay, hopefully it should be coming through.
Yes, here it is.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So it looks like it survived the test of the highs. Now we're starting to see a little bit of session weakness. Again, we've taken out that low, and we're just threatening this kind of low here. So I think once as we speak, it looks like we're possibly doing it. I think we should start to see the acceleration lower and a very weak close for the S&P. So let's. This is one to watch. This could be a good live trade on the short side for the stock market. Let's just take a look at sterling yen, see whether we're close on that one, because that one should be not too far away. Let's see, sterling yen. Okay. Okay. No, we're still a little bit away from it, but you never know. Once we start to get the acceleration on the S&P, if we get it, then this thing should hopefully. I'm just looking for it basically to take out these lows on the intraday chart.
Yes. Which level is that? That
Sterling yen on a 15-minute chart. This is.
Yes. Now, which level?
86.45.
86.45.
So I'm looking. Yeah, 186.45. Not a million miles away, really. There's another one a little bit higher up. That could be a trigger as well. But I've kept it at 86.45 for the time being. So once we start to break, then that could be a good catalyst for a late decline on this one. We had a similar situation a couple of days ago, where it's this kind of situation here where it went sideways for a lot of the session, and then in the afternoon session we saw a big kind of move down. So it could be one of those surprise moves where nobody at the moment is thinking it's going down because it's just been going sideways and pushing a bit higher. But again, this could be a curveball that once we start to break these lows, then anyone who bought the breakout here will be stopping themselves out, and then we start to head down in an aggressive move. So let's keep an eye on that one.
Nice.
Excellent.
Well, does anybody have any questions about, what we've been talking about? Feel free to ask questions. There's never a stupid question, especially in this industry.
No.
It's always good to ask a question. You're only helping yourself at that point,
Of course, if you.
Yeah, and it's funny. There's so many different ways to look at the same thing. The same market. We'll look at things slightly differently, and we'll come up with our our views and things and our biases, etc. So yeah, there's no right answer, I don't think.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's interesting now. We're all starting to see the same thing, a little bit. There's a lot of consistency in what we're all talking about in terms of trends and pairs we're looking at. So I really like that when the markets start to when they start to follow each other, and they start to spread to other markets, indices and commodities and all that stuff. That's a beautiful market for me. I really like when that happens. That's to me, it confirms a stable market. Trends are really strong at that point, and I think that's certainly what we have right now.
One question, Nandan, what do you think
I
about?
like what you guys were saying.
Yes. Yes, please, Howard. Please stay.
Sorry, I say I like what you guys are saying about the Aussie and the Kiwi, because I was looking for those two to base out and join the rally, but obviously when the news came out last week, they went down initially. I didn't expect that, kind of new lows for the downtrend in the Aussie and the Kiwi, but obviously that V-shaped reversal that we've seen on both of those since then, that to me shows me broad-based dollar weakness.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So I just think fundamentally about Aussie and Kiwi, and when I think about them, first they're in a good shape relates to economy and GDP and everything. It's okay, better than expected. On the other way, if we see the tariff war between the Aussie, between the US and the rest of the world, because the Australian economy, New Zealand economy, they're huge exporters. The price of all goods and all that raw that they want to export will increase, and I think that they will increase the profitability on that side. So I think when we fundamentally watch that, it's a good for their economy. So I just thinking I want to see recovery for Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar, and I'm a little bit surprised why, for example, euro dollar, why euro is so strong right now when we compare to British pound, Aussie, Kiwi, and rest of the world. And this is something that surprised me because I think that this tariff war is tough for everyone, maybe for euro more than ever. And we have this situation. So it's little bit tricky, but I would like to find some fundamental reason so I can find the bias and trigger in that way too. So we will see what will happen there.
Yeah,
But
I know that if I remember the first leg of the euro dollar and the sterling dollar rallies, they came on the back of the increase in spending on defence. And
yeah,
the government bond yields rose quite sharply in UK and Euroland. So maybe that could be some kind of catalyst there, where you got the spreads between the government bond, US versus Europe.
yes,
It could be something
Interesting.
like that. Could be.
yes, that's beautiful. But I'm surprised that Europe continues that fast grow so fast, and it's a little bit surprise for euro dollar. So I didn't
Yeah.
expect that. I wait 400 pips. 6 to 12 months, not 2 days. So
Right.
it's a
These
little
markets,
bit.
they move too fast for us sometimes, huh?
Yes, yes. It's for the positional traders that can be very good, because they're sideways 2 months, and in 5 days they make 5, 6, 7%. So
Yeah.
so this is the territory for them. So do you have some charts maybe to share more? Do you have something interesting
Let's
here?
see. I've got I keep yeah. I like to watch crude oil. That's had a really good breakdown as well lately.
Excellent.
Let's
Let me
just
see.
share. Okay, one second. Okay, here we go. Coming through.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, is that through now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's funny how a lot of these markets have been doing stuff that's straight out of the technical analysis textbooks lately. We had the S&P and Bitcoin doing a double top, then a retest, then a breakdown, and now we've had this crude oil, West Texas, breakdown finally through this support line of the descending triangle, and now it looks like it's headed much lower on the long term, on the weekly chart. I think we're headed down here. I think we're headed down to 40 to 50 on
Yeah.
this thing, maybe the 40 area. Just to all of these longs need to be squeezed out. That's the COVID low down here back in 2020.
Wow.
So maybe it's one of those situations where we're kind of entering into a bit of a recessionary period, perhaps, and price of crude oil goes down. It could be something like that. But certainly there's a lot of overhead supply above the 64, 65 level. And now we're starting to see the breakdown. So it could be another one to sell the retest, or just wait for a sideways move before selling it again, kind of thing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually had a similar kind of thing in dollar CAD, but on a much smaller level. The breakdown that we've had on dollar Canada, we were looking at the where's it gone? At the descending triangle on the daily chart on that one, where we had the first wave down, the second wave correction, and then we had that kind of flat bottom there, and we've even had a retest, which gave a nice kind of shorting opportunity there, and then the lower highs that came in from here. That's it. Yeah, descending triangle, breakdown, retest, and then breaks again. So yeah, interesting to see how a lot of the textbooks on technical analysis have been pretty good lately. They're looking quite good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
With all this dollar strength, we got some fantastic trends available. I just really hope when the dollar pairs start to consolidate, when they eventually will, my goal
Mm.
is to see the cross currency, or the currency it's against, take over in terms of driving the movement. Right now we have the pure dollar weakness is driving everything.
Yeah.
Other than the dollar Swiss, Swiss is strong. We have dollar making it's the major driver. So I really want to see if it starts to consolidate. I want to see the cross currency, or the currency it's against, start driving it. So then that's going to give a continuation into those trends. That dollar CAD, I really think, man, that's a phenomenal looking chart on the larger time frame. So I really like to see some CAD strength come into play, or both. The dollar's still weak and the Canadian dollar comes in. That'd be the best case scenario. And that's the best way you'll ever make money in this.
Yeah.
You gotta pair strong versus weak and see what's going on with these pairs. I don't like to look at a single pair. I like to see, for example, the dollar CAD. What is the dollar doing against every other pair, and then what is the Canadian dollar doing against every other pair? Then I make my decision of, okay, the dollar is showing clear weakness. The Canadian dollar is pretty much neutral. So there's not enough resistance for it. The dollar weakness is so strong that it's going to push the dollar CAD, down. And it's not because the CAD's strong. It's because the dollar is just so damn weak. So
Yeah.
I'd hope to see the best case scenario is the Canadian dollar being strong and the dollar being weak. So that would it's interesting. It would be interesting to see how it changes next week. But
Yeah. So
yeah, I can't wait for this weekend.
Yeah, but better to attack the the very strong versus the very weak kind of thing.
Yeah. That's the best case scenario. Very strong versus very weak. And that's what you have with the dollar Swiss.
Yeah.
Can you see the trade, which I took just a little bit to see what's happened there? So this moment is good to do something because I made very small trade here. I will trade another trade here, just like this, and I will here put the same stop loss. Sometimes I'm doing this when I have very small positions. So I will put my stop loss on 3049. I will put my profit to 313 level, which was a good target. And the same thing I will do with this position here. And this is very small risk, and I don't feel uncomfortable to lose this trade. However, we oscillate here. There's no bullish momentum there, but there is one good thing. They're more than 1 hour after the US opening range, and we didn't start any counter trend. So we are still above the middle line from the lowest and high point of the day. And this is the 1.305, which is excellent. And there is a chance that we can survive and start to go up again. If my trade is just failed, no problem. But I think this is the okay. Of course, people like always to see the momentum and pushing and go to the target, but sometimes this sideways of market is good because when sideways market ended, usually is going to the main trend, usually, and I think that we are here in this situation, but we will see what will happen. What do you think about this trade and momentum for British pound dollar?
Yeah, I can show the what the heat map is showing right now.
Okay.
Hopefully you can
Yes.
see it. Okay. You had the pound dollar, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, dollar obviously is weak. It's the weakness started in the Asian session. The pound is, but it's kind of neutral. It's showing some weakness. We have red bars. 1, 2, 3, 4 red bars. That means the cross currency is starting to strengthen, and if it's green, that means the base currency is starting to strengthen. So, looking at
Yeah.
all of these bars here, the percentages aren't really showing me much. I'd like to see consistency. At least 0.25% on all these pairs. Going in the same direction. We kind of got some pairs going in one direction and some pairs going in the other. So I think the pound is just more so mixed. The dollar is showing some weakness, but again, that weakness came from the Asian session. It's a continuation. So it's definitely not a fresh movement. For me personally, it's hard for me to say anything with what can happen just because the percentages are. One, it's a continuation of the move, so the market starts to consolidate or move a little bit slower than it would when it's in peak main session trading. We're pretty much, for me, it's past the main session. So I think ranges definitely do play do play a big part of this time in the market. Ranges are something you should pay attention to if you're trying to get into a long-term trend trade, on the pound dollar now, or the dollar Swiss now. I think you've missed it. I think now it's more your priorities need to shift to looking at ranges and definitely on the smaller time frame. So that's kind of where I am. My stance is on the pound dollar.
Excellent. Excellent. So, guys, I see that this is the end of this session, if I'm not wrong. And
Yeah.
want to tell
There
you
we go.
that I wish you a great weekend. I wish you
Enjoy.
the great weather and the market conditions. so,
Same.
so enjoy in this day and weekend.
All right,
I
guys.
Take
wish.
care.
Have a good one.
Okay.
Have a good
Bye
one.
bye.
Bye.
Paul!
Hello, sir. How are you? How's your day been?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. Too many charts, not enough time to look at them.
Yeah, quite literally. You've got quite a few charts you look at.
Yeah.
Was there anything on your altcoin side that lined up for you? Or we'll probably talk about that a bit later. But if you don't mind, I'll start with the pound US dollar.
Sure, I'll go for it.
Okay. I nearly removed myself there. Let's have a look. Share and then add. There we go. Okay. Can you see my screen?
I can, thank you.
All right. So yesterday we spoke about this resistance level being broken after forming a higher low. So that was yesterday. We had an update. No resistance in the way apart from this level identified there. Now, it did go there, but I got out earlier. I just want to show you the opportunity that was there this morning at pretty much the London Open. This is the support level I identified. We broke out of that. This was overnight, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, and this is the London Open. So we bounced off that support level and we had that beautiful move up to the resistance level. But as I said, I got out earlier. I got out about over here. And the reason for that is based on the daily ATR. You know, I'm pretty big on the daily ATR. Very important for me to be very realistic with the take profit areas. If there's no obvious resistance in the way, and the resistance that it can potentially go to is too far away, I feel, then I will just go for the daily ATR. So pretty solid trade there. But now we are moving away from it, even though I'm still bullish, because on the longer time frame, if you look at the weekly time frame here, I probably need to remove, well, you can probably see what's going on there. Let me do that. So that very strong rejection of last week, Friday, which made this candle look like it may, go down from that point, has been completely taken out. So I do think we can potentially get at least this resistance level there, maybe in a couple of weeks to follow. But it's going to be important to not just blindly enter trades. You still need to look at multiple timeframes, just like the approach has been. The way the approach always is like, and that is, for example, entries that make sense. Okay, you're breaking out there. There's no kind of clear resistance apart from this level I showed you here. I identified that as a level, potential level, and obviously the next one is up there, and now we're pulling back. So yeah, the pound US dollar right now, I think it's pretty obvious that the move is done for the day. It's getting late. It's 5 o'clock local time. What time is it there? It's 4 p.m., right? Yeah. Friday afternoon. So we're definitely entering the dull drums of the day. So so that's the pound US dollar. The NASDAQ has been in a bit of a range today. You do know that on Fridays I tend to stay away from the NASDAQ. Like the first hour and a half is the time I would typically look at it. But if we look at the longer time frames, we spoke about this enormous day we had on Wednesday, the biggest single day in I don't know how long, definitely at least a decade. And then it hit that resistance area, and now it's coming back down. So, but a pretty slow day. You can see it's a very small candle compared to the other type of days we've had so far. So I think I'm still bearish. I think most people are, but it's just we'll have a look at that next week. What do you think about the NASDAQ if you just have to look at that chart?
I think everybody will be exhausted. I think Friday, Saturday, and Sunday will be a deserved break for some traders. I think they'll maybe want to catch their breath until next week. So I think probably a holding pattern for most things at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I think except for, I have to say, the pound US dollar was it was such an easy trade. It really was. It was just lining up so beautifully this morning. What was that? Oh.
It wasn't me.
Don't bark at me. That's not nice. I'm just joking. Okay. So the pound US dollar, I feel, was very clear in terms of, it's just textbook kind of breakout. And like this that I explained yesterday, just very textbook stuff. You want to see a close above the resistance level, and then just time your entry on the smaller time frame. It was just beautiful. And the same for today. It was you don't say that very often. Well, I don't say that very often. Just a very easy trade, not many contradictions. So that was the pound US dollar. Now, the interesting one is of course Bitcoin. Now we spoke about this yesterday, and so many different opinions from so many different people. But I think when we spoke yesterday, we spoke about this pullback, and it needs to make a higher low, and we used the Fibonacci levels for that. Now, obviously, it's not, if you're going to take this trade, it's not the same as when you are in a confirmed uptrend. That would be such a great, like, for example, the pound US dollar. Oh, that's not the right time frame. But it is the right time frame. It's not the same as that, because on Bitcoin, you're still in that downtrend. But I do feel that there are so many positive signals, even though we need to see more. But I think we will get your obviously your views in a moment. But I think based on the fact that it did miss, or that came very, very close to that support level, and this is just a quick wrap up of things we already went through. And then this $6,000 rejection that close, and the fact that it came to retest that low and then broke the neckline, giving you that double bottom. That's a confirmed double bottom because it closed outside the neckline. And then the pretty healthy pullback forming a higher low. That's just on this time frame. If I can just go back to or over to the weekly time frame. Oh man, hang on, bear with me, guys. No, that one either. I'm going to get rid of this line. I can always add it back. So we're getting that bullish reversal. Now, we spoke about the monthly time frame. Well, first of all, we spoke about this very big drop, and then you get this handbrake candle. The handbrake candle, and then you get this new candle that dropped very close to that support level. It is a significant level. And it did actually break, or was traded slightly above that level, and now it's coming back down. So it's busy forming. It's starting to look more bullish, even though it's not 100% confirmed. But what I am going to... Sorry, carry on.
I think that I think that diagonal line is obviously where it's at. To be honest,
you mean
I think
over here?
Obviously we're not going to get the candle behavior on the higher time frames until we can get past that. So I think that, I mean, look, if I was going to trade that, if this was an altcoin, right, it's a short because we're within that pattern. We're within, resistance is overhead, and until that's broken through, then that's what it is for me. And obviously, what sellers will see is they'll see that double bottom and be a little bit hesitant, right? For sure, right? They'll see that and think, okay, right, maybe I'm not looking to come in as low as I was planning. But until we break that line, we're not going to get the candles, the reversal we want on the higher time frame. So I suppose that's what I'm watching. But you know, there's a couple of different charts with a couple of different lines which we'll look at later. So there's an argument that we're already past it, because that line can sit a couple of different ways.
Yeah. No, you're right. But I think, well, this is again, we at that level where some people will be more convinced that it's ready. Others will wait for, a little bit more confirmation, just a bit safer. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think based on all of this, I am going to place a little trade. Yeah.
That's a premise for sure.
I'm going to use this. I've got a new Hola Prime account, and by the way, if you're watching Hola Prime, you go to holaprime.com. There's a 40% discount. Easter, what's the code? Easter 40 for 40% discount. So it's a pretty good time to get yourself an account at holaprime.com. Okay.
Yeah, don't get confused by the year. You don't have to wait till 2040 to use it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm going to, if I just go over to the same front. Okay, so just a little bit of, well, let me just disclose that this is MT5. I'm trading MT4. There are slight differences, but it's very much the same thing. But the buttons look a bit different, and they place at different places. And so I'll just need to spend a couple of hours over the weekend just to find where everything is. But I've got this so far. So I want to just quickly explain a very, very simple way how you can calculate your trade size if you don't know how to do position sizing. And this is going to be really straightforward. There are better tools out there like risk calculators. There are even websites free websites where you can just basically just type in the numbers, and it will, you say your entry is over here, your stop loss is over here. That's how much you want to risk, and then it will tell you how much or how big you should trade. But a very simple way is you trade the smallest you can, okay? So that's going to be a 0.01, and then you just click on, okay, now it's doing the typical, whatever that was, okay. You place the smallest trade you possibly can, and then you place your stop loss. So it's going to be below that swing. Because if that is if I believe that is a higher low, then this is the point where the trade is invalidated. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Paul? Yeah.
Well, look, there's two lines. There is that's obviously the macro bullish context, right? You could argue that there's another invalidation line below that double bottom, right? So there's two potentially.
Yeah. The thing is, you're absolutely right. But for me, like the way this is getting into the real specifics now. We spoke about this during the week. I think it's like there's a difference between having a bias and then the execution. And the execution is almost like we will have different views on that again, because we just don't trade the same. Nobody does, I think. Maybe similar, but not exactly the same.
No, but that validation line is good for a couple of reasons. There is a rising channel there which intersects with that invalidation line. So if there's a breakdown of the channel, then that would hit that line too. So yeah.
Okay. So all right. So that's my stop loss. So what I was going to explain now is like once you've placed the smallest trades you possibly can, which is 0.01, you then take your cursor over where you've placed your stop loss and you look at the value. That's $38. That's a $38 loss. And then you decide, like, how much do you want to risk? Do you want to risk 1%, 2%, 3%, $1,000, $1,500, whatever the case may be? So let's say I want to risk $500, okay? And I know by risking 0.01 or taking a trade of 0.01, my risk, or I will lose $38. So you then just take 500 divided by 38. It's not going to be 100% accurate. It will be like 90, very high in the 90%, okay, because the price will move and the digits and the decimals and all that, okay. So I need to place 13 times, it needs to be 13 times $38. Does that make sense? So my trade size should be 0.13. Now I've already got a 0.01 lot size there. So that means I need to open another trade of 0.12. Yeah. And that is my 1% risk. It's a very, very straightforward way to calculate. I can't see which one I've... Sorry, guys. Now I just need to place my stop loss. So how do you do? Oh, yeah, modify. And then the stop loss. I'll just type in my stop loss there. 78,174.9. There we go. And that is how you calculate. So now I know that if this trade doesn't work, I will lose $500, which is 1%. And that's how you're going to control it. Well, that's one of the ways. It's just a very straightforward way. There are much easier ways, like having a calculator. You can just press, you type in 1% risk that you would like to take. And then you click on, or you just drag the line, click execute, and it will automatically execute the trade or calculate the lot size. Okay, does that make sense?
Does.
All right. So now this is a swing trade. This is the 4-hour time frame. So I'll be leaving this trade open. Hopefully I can add positions if the trade works out. Then and it does turn around, it should present more opportunities to enter in the same direction. But if it doesn't and it fails, then I will just have to reevaluate the price action. Just have a look at the charts again and then just take it from there. So that's the trade. It looks so much better on MT4. So I'll set everything up. I'll have to move over to MT5. So that's really it. I do think I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record. Like, we've been through everything. I've been through everything plenty of times this week. So you know exactly what I'm looking at and why I believe this is slowly starting to turn, even though it's not quite ready yet. So this is not exactly an A+ setup. This is a little bit of front running, if you will. It's not exactly confirmed, but I do think, based on everything we spoke about, that there is definitely a very reasonable probability for this to start to turn around now. So that is pretty much it, Paul. We can talk more about that, but over to you for now.
Cool. Okay, let's see what's going on. We might as well, we're talking about trades, might as well have a look at a few setups. I did have a Pepe setup, which I was about to chart, but there was a power cut just before the stream, so I didn't get a chance to do it, which was fantastic. Right.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Okay. Let's just have a look at some setups. Where are we? Okay, yeah. So XRP is this is XRP daily, and we have this inverse head and shoulders, and a potential breakdown in progress. The issue is, of course, there's a bit of ambiguity about where the neckline is. So obviously this is an obvious place, but you've got a lot of these wicks, and because we've got the 200 MA on the daily coming in, this seems to be the line in the sand. So obviously we'll be probably looking for a move lower and maybe a bearish retest of this area again, because it's that's the ideally what the trade would be. It's already started to break down, but it's this 618 fib level which isn't helping things. So there's a couple of schools of thought. Definitely the 200 MA on the daily. Wait for a bit of a dip, ideally below the 618, and then let it come up, and then that's your short opportunity potentially. But XRP is looking weak, so I'm not quite sure where we're gonna go. But if this line breaks, the 786 obviously would make sense, and just haven't got enough data here. But as you can see, there's quite a big drop where we launched in November. So not looking good for XRP at the moment, under a bit of pressure, which is considering there's been a lot of bullish news for XRP. I think this is just the state of the market and the altcoins really, which is the problem, as opposed to the asset itself. What else we got? I think that was it.
Yeah, sorry, Paul, just to go back to that, you just mentioned about identifying that the low with those long wicks. That is really, really spot on, because that is a problem when you get all those wicks. But what happens if sometimes what I do is, like, when there are really these wicks and it makes it very difficult to identify the actual low of the range, then the bodies of the candles, it typically makes it a lot easier to identify that level. I'm not sure if that's the case in this particular chart, but I don't know if you can perhaps look if that's...
Yeah, there's a complicated set of factors on this particular chart. So just in terms of fib levels, there is a school of thought that you want it to line up as much as you can with the price action, but also not at the compromise of the bottom and the top. So there is a bit of an issue where the neckline sits about here, but the fib level sits just a little bit lower, which is not helping the ambiguity, right? So I think regardless of where we put the line, that fib level is supposed to be, where it is. And it's this awkward, tiny little range we've got in red, which is causing a bit of issues. And I think we might get more clarity when the moving average has just eked up a little bit to have confluence with this level. And then obviously, as we said, we're looking for a drop below the 618 and then a return up. But yeah, it's be cautious with these, because there is a range, and you can see the traders are struggling at the moment to figure out exactly what's happening. On some charts, it looks like a bearish retest. On other, it looks like a reclaim of the level in the 200 MA. So yeah, in those instances, just be cautious, draw a line in the sand, ask yourself, what do you want to see? Well, I want to see a break of the 618, and then I want to see the bearish retest, and then I'm going to enter a short. So that would be the approach. because we could see a bounce here for sure, right? This could still be invalidated, right? That you could say that that's invalidated it, but as you can see, it's back above this area. So, but yeah, I mean, as we talked about, it's mainly shorts at the moment until Bitcoin does something different, or Bitcoin dominance, and XRP is, because of this low liquidity, this low liquidity zone. It's a pretty good opportunity, because if we get a bit of bearish news, this will probably go down as quickly as it went up. So.
Yeah, like I was just like on XRP. Do you also look? Do you go anything smaller than the 1 day, or is the daily time frame the smallest time frame you'll go down to?
Oh no, I always just start on the daily just to get the perspective, and obviously because there's no trade at the moment, when I get the signals I want, then I'll zoom in and I'll start trying to find patterns. So there's obviously this is a bit clearer on the 4 hour, descending. Well, it's not a bit clearer because we've got an ascending triangle which is bullish, while it's doing a retest. So it's a bit confusing, to be honest. But it's there. The move is there. But I would then...
Yeah, it's really, really, really difficult charts that you've got. Like if you compare that to like the pound US dollar I showed you earlier, that is almost like the price action. It's like money sitting there, and you just go and you pick up and you just come and pick it off the table. That's how easy those setups have been. But like it's just not the same definitely not on Bitcoin, and not the one you just showed now, XRP.
Yeah,
it's definitely more difficult to read.
Yeah, so I'm obviously, to zoom in, we'll get an idea of a pattern we can trade off, right? But because I've already, and we could trade this, we've got a basic direction. It's not the best pattern, to be honest, because the ambiguity of this area is reflected in the pattern, because we've got to stop here and then we stop here. So it's not, what is clear is that it is trying to break out. It is trying to push back up. But it's still a bearish retest until it does something else. But as I said, for this setup, based on the higher time frames, I want to see the price action, the 618, lose its support level, and then I'll wait for then a bit of a recovery, and then I'll come to short. But yeah, so yeah, always 1 day, then of course I'll zoom in, because these are the sort of patterns you can trade. You set an alert on this level, starts breaking down. There's a short-term short. Obviously, when you look at the 1 day, it's a medium-term short as well. So you can trade it any way you like, and obviously, moving back to the 618 would be a logical move. But I think, whereas what I would be thinking would be is, crikey, here we go. So where's Bitcoin, right? So where's Bitcoin? What's it doing? And, we've got resistance overhead for sure, but we're doing okay. So, there's a bit of caution there. So waiting for XRP just to see what happens next with Bitcoin. We'll then make sure we're not entering a short trade prematurely. And we obviously want to, if XRP ends up down here, something's gone wrong with Bitcoin, and then there's trade. Right now, it's a bit ambiguous, so I'd probably just put this on the back.
Well, my trade has been it's flying. I mean, I'm up $13, so I think you.
So yeah, so what price did you come in
at? Just below 82. Just below 82. Right. So 81.
You've actually entered now at 82. Yeah.
82. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, look. So the bullish premise for that trade is, if you zoom out, right, we have broken through this resistance, this local resistance, right? Obviously, we're not getting a good look at the big picture here. We've broken through that, and now we're retesting it. So, and the previous breakout lost that level. We've had the retest of this, so that's done now. So the bulls just need this to move up from here. So the premise is sound. The question is,
look, I mean, but my view is, like, as you know, like we've made a double bottom. We broke the neckline of the double bottom, and then we came down, forming a higher low. So that to me is like we forming the higher low, and that's the reason. And as you just mentioned, the retest of that breakout. So
I think,
it's not a bad entry.
There's quite a lot of interesting symmetry here. So double top, arguably, double bottom. Very, very similar in terms of depth, right? And I don't think that summarizes the ambiguity in the market.
I mean, that double bottom is coming off. It missed as you know, a very, very strong support level on the monthly by like $500. So it really starts there. That's where it starts.
But
the
if there is an intraday trade, it is here, because we lose this level, you lose the bullish context. So this is the only trade today for sure. But I mean, where are you taking profits?
No, well, as I said to you earlier, this will be a swing trade. So if this fails and it's not the turning point, then I'll just reassess and have a look at the markets again or the charts again. But if that is the turning point, then it will give me an opportunity to add to the position. If this is the turning point, does that make sense? You can just kind of add to the position. So there's no real take profit at the moment. But yeah,
here's an argument
I feel pretty
favor
comfortable with that entry. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, this is an argument in favor of your trade. So we've seen this chart all week and last, but now we've got this again, this quite interesting symmetry, right? As with the tussle with the 1 day turns in MA historically. So these obviously these correlations are just to give you a sense of clarity, not necessarily to go along any other way, but just it's important to realize that this isn't necessarily panic zone for Bitcoin right now, because if you look at the historical, it's gone through. But I need a cleaner chart. This is the cleaner chart. This is the best chart to look at today, I think, and it highlights. When you look at this, it's like this area is being beckoned. For sure. Like, this is the next line in the sand. But again, some sellers, some buyers will see that double top, right, and some may be waiting for that, because there's a lot of different resistance zones now we're going through. This is certainly an important one, probably stronger than this one for sure. But
yeah. You see, the thing is, like, double tops and double bottoms for me forms at tops and bottoms. That is not a double top in my view. That's a resistance area, but it's not a double top.
It's only a double top until it breaks this line for sure.
Yeah, right. So
you need to, but the psychology of a double top, plays out all the time on the macro and whatever. And it's, when we see a more bullish scenario here would have been if this had just eked out a higher high, right? But because it's got a slightly lower high, the buyers haven't quite managed to, that's where you want to think. So we're not, obviously we don't ever get the ideal price action we want, right? Because an ideal price action would have been maybe this, right? And then a drop down. And then that for me has a slightly more bullish context.
What about the higher low coming off the double bottom after you're breaking the neckline? Like, how much weight does that carry for you, or is that not really enough for you?
This would be my preferred entry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's just, you can see this mini double bottom there as well. So they are this is a logical place, because we've got this lower range, we've got this higher range, a little bit of confluence, and because this move broke straight through this range and into the next, that's why I would have entered here. We don't quite have the same premise here, but if the uptrend is going to continue, of course, it has to ideally come from here. Otherwise, we're going to maybe reset a little bit for the weekend. So, I'm pleased. As you can see, we are breaking out of some lines, but still quite a lot of work. Let's find another. Here we go. So this is the 4 hour, which again, perhaps puts a little bit of cold water on your premise, but, but this is the thing, right? It's like you have 5 Bitcoin charts. Count how many look bullish, how many look short, and I think we'll probably find we're in neutral territory at the moment.
Yeah. I've changed, I've changed my bias. I've actually changed my bias from short to neutral on Monday in the session 1, and then in session 2 on Tuesday it was neutral leaning towards bullish. And that double bottom, breaking the neckline, coming down, making a higher low, and everything else has been discussed. The fact that it just bounced off a major support level on the monthly time frame, that's a lot for me. It's all stacking up. So that's the reason why I feel like that's why I've entered the bullish Bitcoin trade. And I agree with you with the level, but just make something clear. This is the Holoprime account. I just wanted to demonstrate that on the Holoprime account, how you can control your risk. But the entry was, if you don't mind, if I could just quickly show my screen.
I think that pocket again, which we've just seen on the 4 hour, that is what would give me concern. I'd like to be on the other side of it, but because you look on the 4 hour, and as we know, higher time frames carry more weight. So I mean,
Yes.
but someone's got to front run it, so it might as well be you.
Well, here's the thing. So I'll just quickly run you through this again. So this is on MT4, right? You can see I've got the FIP levels there. It was definitely my bullish bias came after this really strong $6,000 rejection coming off that monthly support level. Okay, and with this retest, look at those wicks there, retest, and then I'm like, okay, definitely leaning bullish, and then it broke the neckline, even more bullish, and this low for me. We spoke about this yesterday. Like if it goes to the 50 or the 61.8 and it finds support there and it moves away, that is a higher low. And that in combination with, I mean, I'm so sorry, Paul, going through the same things again, but on the weekly time frame, we're engulfing this we're rejecting this rejection candle. It's not really enough because I would like to see that on the monthly as well, but that's also starting to reverse. So it's on multiple time frames. Things are starting to turn around. And it all stems from this major support level. Just on the monthly, right? That's why I was very confused when people were talking about the 50s, the 50,000 levels. Like, whoa, hang on, we're still above a major support level. Let's talk about that, and let's see how price behaves at that level. And you can see it on multiple time frames that price is turning. It's turning, right? So that's why, on the 4 hour,
I think so. If you go to if it's that diagonal line, right? So look,
this one,
I will, I mean, look, so that is obviously you're doing look, my rule and the rule I impart to students is you shouldn't be buying below resistance. You just shouldn't be doing it, right? Because you're going to run straight into sellers, right? And I think this goes back to the money's made in the middle, right? Because obviously we're seeing a macro reversal, but then we did obviously again, a few weeks ago, and until this line is broken, and obviously the fact that on the minor trend we have surpassed local diagonal resistance as an example, which is great, right? Which means the more that happens, the more bullish it is. But until the sellers on that time frame have been overcome, it's a short for me. And obviously this may play out because there's a lot of
I agree with everything you've said, except for me, key levels on a monthly time frame carries more weight than a diagonal line or on the 4 hour time frame. So a very, very strong support level on the monthly just is more has more authority, if I can put it like that.
Yeah, but we're not there though. I mean,
we're not there yet, but we are. There are multiple confirmations for me on time frames and patterns. We've been through this several times now. The double bottom breaking the neckline, forming a higher low, bouncing off a 50% Fibonacci level, and now we're moving back up. And look at the multiple time frames as well, and it's all based on price action jumping or bouncing off a very strong support level. So it's not. It's the very early stages of price turning. But I agree with you. We're still in the downtrend. But when you hit like such a strong support level, that carries more weight. And if you can see price action starting to turn,
I would encourage people to come in at that level, right? And then, like when you arrive at the resistance level, you can see how it interacts before you make a decision. Sure, I think it's for me. Look, it's this whole thing about Bitcoin is flashing. Okay, we're in an uptrend on the minor trend, right? We need that to translate to the intermediate trend, which it hasn't done, and that diagonal line represents that ultimately. And I think that's what we want to wait for, because ultimately you may not, if we launch off from this point now, that double bottom price level may not be revisited for a while. So we've lost those low prices, but we're not trying to be the canary in the coal mine. We want everybody else to do that work for us. Then we want to have bullish confirmation and then enter safely, because in crypto, the volatility is insane. And these rules which I have in place, like don't buy below resistance, are designed just to keep the probabilities in this insane Wild West world, which is crypto, on my side, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, I start over trading and going crazy, and going, yeah, it's going up. I'm going to buy here, and it gets a bit out of control. So.
Well, I mean, I fully agree with you. You can definitely start to overtrade, but this is the first trade that I've placed with this new bias. Okay, so the bias is now a week old. So it's not, it's not. But I agree with what you say. It's not the same as the pound US dollar. Again, the pound US dollar is in a much clearer uptrend. You're making higher lows. And this very strong support level after that crazy Friday last week, it didn't break the structure because you still formed a higher low. Okay, but the trend is very clear. Whereas as a Bitcoin it's the opposite. The trend is going down. So I'm with you on that. I'm just like there's almost like it's just like a fuller picture. You've got your side of things, like you want to be wait for price to really turn around and for it to be in a confirmed uptrend. That's what you want to wait for, right? You want to wait for a confirmed uptrend. It's broke like a really significant resistance level, which is another thing I wanted to ask you. I've identified this level here as the significant resistance level. When we break that and we can stay above that, maybe a pullback, whatever. But that is a very significant resistance area for me. I know you were looking at this level over here because that was that impulse move on that one day. I think that was
let me show you my chart because I think it highlights these two areas. Just have a look. So yeah, this is the resistance level you're talking about, which is true.
Sorry, Paul. I still have my chart on. Sorry about that. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, am I up now? Okay. So yeah, this is the local resistance for sure, right? So since we've been down in this area, this has been the area where the price action has been tapped on the head and forced to fall back down again. But obviously this area right above it, 91 to 92, that is even more significant. So I think this highlights the fact that this whole area, you could argue this whole area is resistance, right? Because this is acting as resistance here. So we could arguably just change this. This tool is notoriously difficult to use. Hang on. So you could you could do that, right? And that's kind of applicable for sure. But I like to have the two different. Yeah. I mean, that works too for sure. And you can see this is Bitcoin has to get through this. It's like a really prickly hedge. What is it?
Well, if you look at that chart, I mean, you can literally draw quite a few resistance level because it's such a messy chart all the way back down to that key support level. Would you agree with that? It's not a beautiful looking chart. It's really choppy, very messy, very big spikes in both directions.
So the way I would,
Sorry, carry on.
I mean, the way I would approach it is, I would look at this area as a bit of a low volume node, right? I would look at this as a transitory space. So once the price action, breaks through this, it's going straight to this area. I mean, that's what it's doing, right? And then it either breaks through, or it comes back down, finds a foundation here, and then has another go. But yeah, there is ambiguity. But this area here, once we're above it, I think it's just a transitory space ultimately. But we could find a floor. But I think it is complicated. It is messy, and I think this is why Bitcoin has so much work to do, right? And we just zoom in just a little bit, right? And you can kind of see, I struggling to see it. I mean, what volume is very low following this move. We want the uptrend to continue. So what are we coming down to the 272, the 382 maybe, and just range a little bit and then have another go. Yeah, it's difficult. Bitcoin's got a lot of work, but maybe Bitcoin can just do what Bitcoin does best and just go for it. Only one go. All new highs, only one go.
Yeah. By the way, guys, if you're watching and you want to join the conversation, go to the YouTube channel, search for Holo Prime, and you can ask us questions. We're here every day, Monday to Friday. it'd be nice to for you guys to engage with the conversation. Right, Paul, I just quickly yeah.
I got plenty of stuff, so whenever you're ready, just pass back to me. But what else you got?
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to not ask you, or show you some of what I'm seeing here. Can you see my screen chart? No, not yet. Okay. Okay, so where's that one? So the messy chart, we spoke about the messy chart. Now, usually what I do when the charts are really messy and I'm like, okay, where are the levels? Then it's always a good idea, in my experience, to just go up one time frame. So the daily would make more sense and try to get levels from there. See, yeah, it's a lot more obvious, that line that I just identified there, right? This is a much clearer resistance level, when this is not really relevant anymore because it falls. It's almost like it's part of the downtrend, and because you're not part of that downtrend anymore, I think this is probably a more significant level for me, and lower as well. Because the thing is, like, if Bitcoin keeps dropping, say it goes all the way to 50, it does go to 50. I don't think it will anytime soon, but if it does, then at some point you can't use that level anymore. It's too out of the way. So as price unfolds and you go lower, then there will be new areas of resistance where you can identify it as, okay, if it breaks this level, then it's likely that we're about to turn and it's going to head higher. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's more quantifiable than when we're drawing trend lines. We're always looking for the most touches, right? And if it's on the candle body closes, then it's on the candle body closes. It's on the wicks, it's on the wicks, right? And I think, when you're looking at two different levels, right? The one which has got the more touches, the more bounces, is more strong, and I think we can quantify it that way. But obviously, you're right. There is an element of relevancy just when time passes. So if you're scrolling back to the last bull run and you're looking at some of these levels, then they're not as relevant, because how many traders are going back that far and analyzing those levels? And if the break of all-time highs, last year, has defined slightly different support and resistance lines, then they'll be the most relevant for sure.
Yeah. Andre, good to see you again, my friend. A good week. Yes, it's been a good week indeed. I hope you managed to catch those pound US dollar trades that we've been discussing. It's been fairly easy trades, as I've mentioned earlier. Sounds like you just joined, but yeah, they were pretty easy setups, right? Very, very easy. And Andre, don't forget, my friend, Holo Prime, 40% discount, Easter discount. So, good time to get an account. I got myself one today. Right. So, so that's just the I just wanted to make that point. Like, if you go to smaller time frames, like the 4-hour time frame, it can be, and it's really, really messy. It's always a good idea to just go one time frame up, and then you will identify fewer levels, and the picture just becomes a little more clear. Mm-hmm. If you go even higher, say on the daily time frame, it's pretty much the same levels. But do you see what I mean? Now it's like it's this level here, and there's a clear one there. There's a clear one. It's only 2, 3. The smaller you go on the time frames, the more noisy it gets, especially in these type of charts.
It's kind of swings and roundabouts, because you've got. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm having a bad hair week. When you've got, it's just honestly just shave it all off. Obviously, when you're trying to identify like patterns, say you're looking for a pattern on the intermediate trend, right? You'll be looking at the 1 hour or the 15-minute, and it won't be as clear where the lines are. Then you eventually arrive at the 4 to 6 hour, and then the pattern becomes clear. But then the further you zoom out, right, it becomes unclear again, because the candle bodies become so huge, right? So it is about, and the conversation of relevancy is, what is the pattern relevant on the primary trend, on the monthly? No, it's not. It's just an intermediate pattern which we're trading on from week to week. So it's not. I always start on the daily to get the big picture, to see where, as you said, those big support and resistance lines are. I'll then enter and maybe refine them. I might even see a zone and just see how that impacts my trade. But then you zoom in so far to the 1 minute, and then you're back at useless information again, right? So
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Yes, but yeah, I start further out on the monthly, and then the weekly and the daily, and then I start to look for patterns that matches what I see on the longer time frames. So I would, very similar to my scalping on the NASDAQ. There's very, very little difference. It's a very simple, almost identical, not quite identical. I think on things like the pound, US dollar, and Bitcoin, I want to see very clear patterns. Whereas with the scalping, it's a very similar approach, but because it's such a short time frame, the 1 hour is the longest I'll look for. It's the 1 hour, the half an hour, 15 minute, and then the 1 minute is where I place the trades. But I just want to see where's the support resistance? Are we bullish or bearish? And then I want to see an actual pattern, not a pattern, just support resistance, breaking out for a retest. It's very, very similar across scalping, intraday, and swing trading. The only difference is to the time frames.
Yeah, well, I think
difference.
when you're looking at timeframes, I think this whole Bitcoin situation, I think, is a good example. So, as we established, primary trend, uptrend, right? And the primary is represented by, you can see it on the daily, but it's more obvious on the weekly, right, or the 3-day. Okay, so Bitcoin is in an uptrend, has been for a couple of years now, right? Now, intermediate trend, right, which is viewable on the daily, 12-hour, 6-hour, 4-hour, that sort of thing, right? That is in a downtrend, right? Represented by that annoying diagonal line, which is ruining everybody's day. Now,
well, it's actually it's actually a blessing, right? Imagine you couldn't draw a clear line like this.
Well,
right,
I mean,
you had like a
traders
point
always find a line. You know what they're like. So I certainly do. Now we're obviously, and what you're talking about, we have a double bottom in the minor trend, and we are now in an uptrend, right? But the intermediate trend is now coming into play because the intermediate trend is still in a downtrend, and we're at that pivot point, right? So we haven't put in a higher high on that arguable double top, whatever, right? So you have to presume that the trend, the intermediate trend will take dominance over the minor trend and push it downwards until the intermediate trend breaks that diagonal line, shows it's got a bit of muscle, and then the intermediate trend thinks, I might turn to an uptrend as well, and then it's party time. But I think the way we people should be constructing their trades is looking at it like that. So for me, obviously, if you're doing aware of what the other two are doing and just make sure they're not getting in your way, right? The other thing is for any kind of trade, whether it's intraday, medium-term holds, or long-term holds, if you can get all trends lining up, right, at the same time, that's got in both directions, that's gold. And now we know the intermediate trend is what we're waiting for, and that diagonal line represents that pivot point. If we get above it, all of a sudden it's primary, intermediate, minor in an uptrend, and then that's when I'll want to enter. Right? Does that make sense? I won't. Maybe
that makes sense, but that's one kind of approach. So that's not a turning point approach. That is almost like a trend following approach. Am I correct in saying that? Yeah. So that's a trend follow. Yeah. So that's the trend following approach. Another approach is the turning point approach. So that's what I'm doing right now. So you hit the major resistance area. I don't know. I'm really not going to go through it again. I'm so sorry, Paul.
I think my point is
so this is how I do it. I've been doing it for a long time on the markets that I trade. If I hit a major support level, now I know we haven't really touched it, but on the smaller time frames, you can see it starts to turn. Yeah. So that there are two different approaches, and I'm not saying the one is better than the other one, or I don't, if someone has a different strategy and it doesn't line up with how I see things, it doesn't mean they have a bad strategy.
No,
it doesn't mean that at all.
Just be honest. That's what you feel.
It doesn't. Yeah. Okay. Fine. No, I always say, one person's stop loss is the next person's entry point.
Well, for sure. And I suppose all I'm saying is that the level you're entering at, is not necessarily the issue. I want to be on the other side of that line.
I understand, because you're more of a trend follower, right? You want a confirmed trend change.
Yeah, and I think it's important to have that in crypto, right?
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
because if we don't wait for confirmation, it's just this. It's just I hope, right?
Yeah, you see, this is the thing, and this is where we probably differ in opinions. For me, we have I think on the 4-hour chart we did get the confirmation. Now, can I be wrong here? Am I going to get stopped out here? You'll see my stop loss is just below that swing. Yeah, of course I can be wrong. And I wouldn't see it as wrong.
Jannie.
The thing is, if it does start to turn around, then really good entry. As we spoke earlier, that where it started to turn at the 50% Fibonacci level, that would have been ideal. But the reasons why I just entered now on this account, right? Now, if this is the turning point, then this is a swing trade. If it does start to break the levels, and then you get your levels, then I already got in over here. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. So then you can add to your position if it's going to be a swing trade, and you can also do intraday trades, and you can see, okay, this is a really good opportunity just for today, or this one I want to leave open until, for example, let me just show this chart over here. So because that is a resistance area, if you want to have a shorter term trade, you can say, okay, this range here, by the way, for those of you who don't know, that's a 61.8 Fibonacci retracement level, okay, from this spike here. So if I'll just quickly draw it here so you can see it. From that high to that low, right on the 61.8, it started to range, and then it dropped outside of a channel that we've identified. I don't want to draw lines, Andre. Andre says I have Spider-Man charts, so I'll keep it clean. But that's the 61.8 Fibonacci retracement level. So that is a strong resistance area, combined with the that little spike there, and the fact that it's if you zoom out, it touched this more than once. So do you understand what I mean? You can have multiple different plays within the same idea, or the same bias.
I'm definitely going to be rooting for this trade over the weekend for sure. I'll be very happy.
No, I won't have sleepless nights. It's a 1% risk, right? If I lose the trade, it's a 1% risk. If it does if that is the turning point, then that's great, because I can add to the position, right, without increasing my risk, because it's actually going in my favor. It's going in my favor, and if that is the turning point, then that's great. If it's not the turning point, I will lose $500, and I'm pretty happy with that.
I like these. This is what I call a win-win scenario, right? Okay, for me. Yeah. So if it breaks out and your trade fulfills as planned, I'm happy for you, and I'm happy for Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
And I don't care if I'm wrong, right? That's great, right? So that's good, because the principle is what we talk about, we all agree on, right? But if it goes down, I win.
Yeah. Yeah. So exactly right.
I'm happy.
You're happy either way. Yeah.
I'm hedging.
No, I think I think this is it's a good low risk place to get in. You're not trying to hit home runs. It's a good spot. It's a good spot to get in, I think. So we'll see what happens. But if it does break that low, and it comes and takes out this double top bottom rather that broke the neckline and then the retrace and all that, if it breaks that, I will be very concerned about the support level in general. Yeah, but I won't talk past that point. There's no point. I focus on what's currently happening on the charts right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of news coming out today, right? And this is what we've been talking about. Even though we've got this heavy hum of trade war, right? If you look a little closely, and I covered this in the crypto news vid on Ola Prime X YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and like and comment. Thanks, folks. We were talking about the fact that there's been a drip feed of this under the hood kind of news, which isn't getting the mainstream attention. As an example, so we had a very crypto friendly SEC chair just quietly approved this week. North Carolina, which is a state in the United States, of course, has proposed allowing tax payments to use crypto. President Trump has signed a resolution overturning the IRS crypto rule targeting DeFi. Now, this rule, look, this is an example of how badly things can go wrong in crypto regulation, right? When you are, say, for example, when the IRS wants to tax unrealized gains, right? Okay, huge problem with that logistically, right? So pleased that we've had a bit of bullish news from there. And again, New Hampshire has passed a Bitcoin reserve bill, and this is happening all over the world. All little news nuggets like this. This country starts taking Bitcoin now as payments for government services. This is just this low hum which is happening, and I think so. I'm feeling a lot more confident about Bitcoin as long as we keep seeing the inflows in the right direction. And I do agree with you principally in this area, and this is what we need to see. We need it to get out of this area, but I mean, just we still got
break out of this downtrend line. If we can just get a close, but this was the last time it touched, which was on the 2nd of April, right? But it was that area we were waiting for to go short. That was the pocket area that we've been waiting for to get short. And we spoke about like if we can see an aggressive sell-off there, it's going to head lower, and it did, and we did see the low. It's just to give you, just to explain to you why I thought this was a very strong bullish signal. This drop is pretty significant, right? Getting pretty close. I just wish it touched it so I could say it actually touched it, but it didn't touch it. It missed it, but only just, so it just kind of stands in the way of my argument. But
it could go from there. Like you said, it's about front running, isn't it? Right? I mean, if loads of institutions are seeing that area, they'll start to scale in, right? They'll be planning for it to come lower, but they'll start to scale in, and that's enough to move the market with more bullish context. It's just very difficult to understand, as we talked about, like where are people going to put their money while all these trade issues are going on, right?
I can tell you right now, Paul, they're buying Bitcoin today, like right now at the 82
all of them
level.
right now,
every
single one,
all of them,
right now.
All of them. Like this second, no. But what I was going to say is like this is a pretty significant drop. Now it's difficult to like put it in context because you've had all that price action after that. But if I just kind of take that out of the way, would you say that's a pretty steep, significant drop there? Right, it is. Well, from 82 to 82 to 74, very quickly. It actually started to drop on Sunday. And Monday morning, was it Monday morning? Yeah, Monday morning, 8 o'clock, MetaTrader platform time. So it's about an hour difference. 7 o'clock my time, local, morning. Big drop. And then the thing is like this rejection. It's a $6,000 rejection after, just missing. And again, you know what I'm going to do? People love this. Look at that.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
After it touched the major support level. It didn't touch it, okay? It missed it by kind of like a hair width. So it's good enough. But the price action, this is a very strong rejection. It comes to retest it, the low. Let me just remove that before people think I'm serious. Right? And it comes to retest it. Double wicks there, really beautiful. Breaks the neckline. Do you understand? So this is a turning point, not a trend following setup. It's a turning point setup. That is good enough for me. I think it's a good setup. So enough about that for me from that setup. I'll hand over to you, Paul.
Look, the other thing I could say about that is just, given it's Bitcoin, coming in at that level, shouldn't have the bounce been bigger?
How big do you think the bounce should be?
Well,
Like, how do you?
a Bitcoin big is not a 10%. I think. I mean, because it's like what
Yeah,
Igor was saying, looking at the resilience, and I think Bitcoin has shown tremendous resilience given everything that's
yes.
happening. That is undeniable, right? But you also have to look at it on the flip side, right? When you're trying to figure out how many buyers are coming in, volume is always your friend, and the price action reflects the amount of volume coming in. And I think so. I would have really liked. I'm not surprised because we know what's going on in the world, right? But if you switch all of that off and everything's a lot better, Bitcoin bounces 20-30% maybe from that point over a period of a week or two, right? But the thing is, we can't do these hypotheticals, because if we didn't have all of the trade stuff, we probably wouldn't have been there in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You kind of like, look, I just trade what I see in front of me, and that's what I see. Coming off a major support level, double bottom, breaks the neckline, healthy retracement to the 50% Fibonacci level, and multiple, the weekly and the monthly turning around. It's bullish, and I could be wrong, and that's fine. 1%, that's fine.
Yeah.
You mentioned. Oh, sorry, I'm not even sharing your screen. Sorry about that, Paul. We're there.
Okay.
We're there though.
Yeah. Okay. So, couple of setups. One is, you got my screen now, yeah?
Yeah. Sorry.
I don't want to be one of those people who's talking on a chart which no one can see. So you see it here. You see what you're talking about, Paul, right? It's closer with Jannie. So look, when obviously the whole conversation me and Jannie are having right now is long short, long short, long short. So until we have a definitive direction, bearing in mind the context of some bullish news and everything, you need to be having a setup in your left back pocket for long and a setup in your right back pocket for short, right? And trade it that way. Have your setups ready for whatever Bitcoin does next. And if Bitcoin heads lower, engage with your short. If Bitcoin breaks through or whatever continues on its journey, then you look for long. So this is mantra. This was a top altcoin pick last week, and the premise of the trade, as you can see, this was in place from last week, was just buy the retest of the breakout of this pattern. A bit of a nervous trade for sure, because we had this breakdown. Wasn't a sure thing, but thankfully the timing lined up with Bitcoin finding its feet a little bit, and we had this nice move almost to the target. Obviously, I think if you were thinking the market conditions were a bit hesitant, which you should have been over the last couple of weeks, then you may have decided that perhaps you'll take some profits there. But if you're still in the trade, you're still in profit, and we could see a move upwards. But I think the general idea is, if you bought here, you should probably be out by now and just waiting to see what happens, because this is a higher high compared to the local price action, but we haven't yet surpassed the intermediate trend high. So a nice little trade. We should just make single moves. So, Jannie, do you see another opportunity here for people to enter?
Not right now. Maybe back to that support level. Lola's got a question for you. Hi, Lola. I'm hoping I pronounced your name correctly. I don't know can you see the question, Paul?
Let me have a quick look. I just want to give you the psychedelics.
I'll read it to you.
Yeah,
you can you don't have to look in the
it's largely offensive, that image.
In the endless mirror. Paul, can you talk about Hedera? Hedera, is that right? Hedera.
Oh yeah, Hedera. I mean, I was about to talk about that. What a coincidence! Are you serious? Oh. Wow.
Yes, because I saw your altcoin video and would like to know if the premise is the same now. So
you're right. Okay, yeah, I'll get there in 1 second, Lola. Thank you so much. Appreciate the comment. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this. I think in the current climate, you take your trade and then you move on to the next, right? This has had its move. There's no reason to think there's going to be any follow through. And, we could come back down here. I mean, you need to plot your range again, plot your trade again. There's maybe an entrance here where my stop loss was going to be. But then, difficult. But that singular move is okay. Wait to see what happens. But don't try and enter again until you've done a proper full analysis of this lower range, which I think is coming into play. But yeah, that worked out quite well. Just make sure, of course, in order to take profits, that you adapt. Remember, if you take profits, you always win, right? So it doesn't matter if it's shy of a few points for your satoshis or whatever for your trade. So let's have a look at H bar Hedera. Is it still in play? Yeah, it's still in play. It's a bit of a confusing picture, to be honest. We've had this downtrend, very janky diagonal line, one of those inhibiting diagonal lines again. It becomes a bit clearer recently, and then we've got this other one coming in. Now we've broken out of the first one, but the short trade is still in play, because if you just clean the chart up, I mean, we've got a lot of confluence to move further down. We've properly explored this little range here, and it looks like a further move down. Now, obviously, if Bitcoin turns bullish, are we coming all the way back down to this support? Maybe not. So do some proper analysis of this token. But the other issue is with the short trade is we are going to run straight into this line here, arguably. So you might want to. There's a nice little. This support line here, following the same kind of mentality as Jannie's kind of stop loss for a take profit price point, perhaps. We're ideally looking for this, and we're just looking for that, something like that. So the premise has changed slightly. I would adjust this and be a little bit more conservative with your take profit, and it's not as good a trade as it was ideally, but there is something there with a little bit of leverage, perhaps. That's the move. But wait for it to get into this pocket for sure. Wait for the pocket. Make sure you've got all of these sellers coming in here, and this is obviously strong support, which is flipped to resistance. So this is where we want to be. And if it doesn't make it, don't enter the trade. But this is the only place for a short right now. I mean, Jannie, different opinion?
I would like to see I was going to ask you, can you show the daily time frame, please?
Yeah. It's just.
Oh my goodness.
So
you see, like you're hitting that resistance area. I see that, but I mean, if you go back to the 4-hour time frame, I'll show you what I just saw that there pretty much immediately, and that is if you go back to that little range there to the side, no, towards the end. Sorry, towards the but to your right, you're getting hot. That right, no, left, just before that big drop. Yeah. Right there. So that is your support zone, and then you get a breakout. But and then you get that very strong bounce right back to the resistance. You get a drop, but that's a very shallow drop. I think that's also roughly probably 50 or 61% of the Fibonacci level. And now you are right back above it. So what I was going to ask you is, like, why don't you see that resistance now as support?
No, we do, and there is this is the issue. So it's about this is support. This one here, this is the big support, right? We talked about how significant is one support versus the other. So this support is stronger than this support, which means it is now stronger resistance than that is support, right? Which means sellers have control, right? Now, and it is this serve as a bit of a low. This whole area is a bit of a transitory space between this lower area and this upper area, right? Which is, I suppose, was the original premise of the trade, to short from here and come down to here, right? Now there is ambiguity, and the risk of that ambiguity is if Bitcoin turns bullish, this support area will start gaining strength if we're still above it, because more buyers will look to enter here, right? But I mean, these are where the most buyers are now relative to, so these are the most buyers at the moment, right? There is some buyers here for sure, not many here. So if you come in on this level, you can make a decision. You can say, you know what, this is going to be a really quick one. I'm very risk averse at the moment. If Bitcoin's reared its head, it seems like it might be popping out of that diagonal trend line. So I'm going to short it, but I'm going to take profits here. And even though it'd be just a tiny little trade, a little bit of leverage, you can get some pretty decent percentages from that. And again, look what the market's given you. If Bitcoin then starts crashing down once you've entered your trade, then you could have this as your take profit price point, right? Which is a logical place as well, given the confluence with this line. But you have to adapt. But there's no long trade till we're down here or back above this area. There's no short trade where we are now, because as you said, Jannie, we're right where some buyers will be. So this is the only place for a potential short trade. Whether you take profits here or here depends on the market weather and what Bitcoin is doing. But that's how I would approach it, essentially.
Yeah. So Lola, basically what he's saying is don't do anything right now.
What I'm saying is, Lola, put an alert on this horizontal line. And hope it lines up with the 16th of April.
Yeah, the 16th of April. Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, I'm here. If we, following like the idea you've got with Bitcoin, maybe we could have a long movement here, but we've got this. This is where I want to come in, and then if we're breaking out of this pattern, we're probably coming back down here. So the trade premise for is off the table, I think, at the moment. And just if you did trade it, congratulations, and I hope you took profits at the appropriate point. But an XRP, yeah, we still need to wait for XRP to give us something. It's just, yeah, again, similar situation we're talking about, confusing situation with some buyers here now, because we're in this weird place with where sellers and buyers are having a drink together. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a neutral space, like Switzerland or something. I don't know. And then,
yeah.
So we need confirmation, and this is not an example of a trade you might want to do, but talking about adjusting the concept of your trade, right? If things are really bearish, then you could just short the breakdown of a candle body close on the hourly, maybe from this pattern. But you've also got this as support, so I would obviously wait for that, right? So you have to adapt. You have to think about, where are the sellers, where are the buyers, which has got the most support, which has got the most resistance, what is going to be a good bouncing off point if Bitcoin doesn't do what I want, and you just have to adapt. But I would recommend that you don't adapt on the fly. You just have these scenarios written down on a piece of paper, on a piece of paper, and just say, if this happens, it's plan A. If this happens, it's plan B. If this happens, it's plan C, and so forth. And each different plan may have a different setup, right? Which is the importance of, not dating it, just trading it, and then moving on to the next, essentially, is the way we should be approaching it. But, yeah.
I just quickly want to show you a typical setup that I know I said I wasn't going to place trades on a Friday on the other markets, but I just want to show like a typical setup, and this is a pretty good setup. So if you don't mind, I'll just quickly show you. Is that all right? Sure,
Please.
Nobody would mind.
Everything's calmer when there's just two coaches.
So true, and nobody watching, apart from Lola and Andre and about 100 others. So I don't know why I said that.
Hi to the silent majority.
Yeah. Okay, so in terms of probability, it's not exactly a very high probability setup, because we've already reached beyond levels of the daily ATR and all the things I spoke about earlier. But this is typically a really good area when you're in a very clear uptrend and you're getting a retracement to a support level. This is exactly what you want to see. So the next candle will be bullish, obviously, but I would like to see it on the half an hour as well. So we're probably going to run out of time. But if you can get a close on the half an hour as well, or if it just takes out this, if it engulfs this candle, okay. But this is typically where we are right now. What a good setup opportunity or a level would look like if you clear on your bias. The trend is definitely going up. This is a very good support level. Does that make sense? Yeah. But not the greatest opportunity right now because it's Friday. We've already extended. Let me just quickly show you on the daily time frame. We have already reached 184, close to 184 pips with an ATR of 135, which is pretty high. The ATR has definitely increased the last week or so.
Oh, yeah.
So we've already been there. We've had a pullback. So there's an opportunity for this to pull, but again, it's ideally this morning with the London session, as I showed you at the beginning of the session, this where we are right now looks pretty much identical to what we had this morning. So let me just zoom in here so you can see, maybe not that much, but I just want you to see the similarities right there. And it pulls back. This is the London session, and it broke. As soon as you get like a bullish candle and it breaks that high, you get in, and you can target resistance area on the longer time frames, which is something I went through earlier, and that was for me this level here. Okay, I got out earlier because of the daily ATR. It already reached the daily ATR, so I just got out.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point that out. So this is exactly where we are right now. I may take a small trade if it breaks that high, but you can just see it's not a good opportunity, guys, because of all the reasons I just mentioned. But the point I'm trying to make is that when everything does line up and there's some space on the ATR, this is exactly what you're waiting for, right? 3 touching points, or actually, let's make it 2. This is a resistance area. This is overnight moves. Oh no, this is overnight moves. And then this. Oh my god! Sorry, let me just delete these lines. I'm confusing myself. All right, this was the overnight move. Okay, so you had this resistance, and then overnight this is 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, Asian session. This is about 9 o'clock in the morning, and with the London Open, you bounce off a support level, and that's where you enter. That's exactly what we spoke about yesterday. Andre, is that where you got in? I'm not sure if you're still watching, but that is exactly what it looks like, and we are at a very similar level now. Okay, but your bias has to be clear. You have to have a bullish bias that you get from longer time frames. And my Bitcoin trade, that's my Bitcoin trade doing. It's not doing much. It's not really moving. I'm up $50. Yeah, but we'll see what happens over the weekend. It's not really, as I said, it's not really something I'll lose sleep over. But I do feel it's a good opportunity. Anyway, does that all make sense? What I just showed you on the pound US dollar.
Yeah, I mean, there's many, there's many. It does differ depending on what market you're trading, of course, and it depends on the market conditions. Obviously, we know that all we want from price action is to go up, and then that's all we want, right? But it never happens that way. So
No,
when the market is hesitant, and just looking at that on trade where we're saying don't maybe enter again, and we had the same situation with like a Litecoin trade a month or so ago. And when the market is hesitant, and you can observe the fact that the market is hesitant, and I'm not saying this particular asset is, but in crypto, when things are really hesitant, right, you get the first touch of a support line following a breakout. So we've just broken through resistance, we come back down to support. In a hesitant market, the first touch is very important because that's where you'll get a bounce. But the second touch will probably roll over. So there is an element of changing your strategy based on the market conditions we've got, because you can see on that chart you had a very strong bounce, even a front run level bounce. It didn't quite hit that support line. Then it ascends, has another go, but now it's come back down. And there's not as much interest in that level as there was when it first initially broke out. Now, in bullish circumstances, that will just be another opportunity for people to get in. But in markets, in this situation right now, it's showing, a bit of hesitation compared to the strength the first time. But the longer it can stay above that support line, the chances then increase again of continuing upwards. So it's like at the moment, it seems like it's decision time. It either breaks down now, or if it can hold it, then buyers will start to come in again, and then it's going to rise itself up. So
you're not talking about this chart, right? You're talking about Bitcoin, right?
No, I'm talking about this chart. I'm talking about this
chart. Yeah. Look, yes, no, you're right. On Fridays, well, I mean, as I've already said, you already had the move for the day, so this is not a high probability setup. But I just wanted to make the point that this is exactly what you want to wait for if everything lines up. This is perfect, really, really good. But it's not. I mean, especially on Fridays, but typically during the week as well. Anything 4 hours before the close, the New York close, that window, so the market close and 4 hours before that, is not a good time to trade Forex at all. It really dies down.
Yeah.
Very, very low volume, except for what we had last week, Wednesday, with the tariff announcement. Obviously, that's different. And also FOMC, that's also pretty late at night, local time. That will be in the afternoon in the US. Those are exceptions. But like most of the time, it's so quiet. It's not a good idea to take a trade 3 hours before the the New York close, unless it's a swing trade and you want to leave it open for several days. But even then, you need to be careful, especially if you open a trade very close to the New York close, because at the New York close, as you probably know, you get some, except for the swaps, you also get like massive spreads, really big spreads. So it's always best to just kind of wait at least an hour after the New York Open, just for that price, the spreads to settle, and then enter an opportunity. Don't enter a trade just before the close. That's really bad. That's not good.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, Bitcoin is exploding to the upside, as you can see.
Give it time.
Anyway, no, I know this. I'm just messing around. And that is pretty. I don't know if you have anything else you want to show there, Paul. Sorry, I took over because I saw that pound US dollar, and I just thought it would be a really good time to show exactly what the levels look like.
Yeah, no, we can look at the altcoin market just for a minute, just in the big picture, and just see where we're going. So yeah, and again, look, I always use Ethereum as a barometer for the rest of the market, right? And Ethereum has been stopped in its tracks by Bitcoin's macro uptrend, but we're not in a good place. And the rest of the altcoin market, we had this breakdown here, and we've had it before, so it's not a big deal. But this is total 3-day, and obviously when this represents the market cap of the entire crypto market, excluding Bitcoin and Ethereum. So when this is going up, that is usually mean long trades are playing out, and of course we've been in a downtrend in terms of the money flow since December last year. Now, this obviously is a great place to enter longs. There's a lot of news articles at the moment saying this is a great place to buy. The dollar's about to go below 100, and all this stuff, and everything's at the floor. Everyone's on the bottom. But as we see, if we get a change in the tide, we could just lose this, and then it's kind of game over. So, but this highlights that if Bitcoin does put in some bullish moves over the next couple of weeks, and gets through April above 73k, then hopefully what we'll see is we'll start seeing the money flowing into the altcoin market, and we will finally break out of this downtrend, which we're right on the cusp of attempting to do at the moment. And this is the pattern we're keeping our eyes on. It looks like we're eking out at the moment. This is the daily chart. Again, this is total 3. And yeah, so, all eyes on this candle body. And it seems a little bit ridiculous, of course, but we really just, this makes a difference. We want to really just get above here, and then maybe we start getting some consistent altcoin action. And that's what we want, right? Because right now, it's altcoins have just been doing this. Oh, Bitcoin's going. Oh, no, it's not. Bitcoin's going. Oh, no, it's not. Bitcoin's going. Oh, no, it's not. That's all they're doing, right? And what we want is this consistently, right? All the way to the moon. And the money flow here, it's got a few obstacles, and we're in a perilous place, but good. This is the sort of thing you need to be paying attention to if you're looking at a long trade. And you can see, obviously, with Hedra, you can see, the market is still in a downtrend, and we're trying to bottom, right? But when will it occur? That depends, of course, on Bitcoin. And then we look at Bitcoin dominance. If I can find it, it always seems to elude me when I've got a session with you, Jannie.
So don't worry, I'm in a different session next week.
Thank you. I'll be able to find the chart first time then. So this obviously, again, it's the inverse of what we just looked at on total 2, right? So, we want this downtrend to break to an uptrend, and Bitcoin dominance, we want this uptrend to go to a downtrend. And this is what we want to see. And this is what we're waiting for. Are we going to see it with this current climate? I do not know. But right now, everything is Bitcoin season. The focus is on Bitcoin. Everyone needs Bitcoin to do something else before this will start coming down. And altcoins, like XRP, as we've been looking at, will start to maybe have a slightly more bullish context, as opposed to this quite bearish looking chart, which we don't want XRP to come down here. Nothing personally against XRP, but we need, of course, the market to reverse. And I think actually, talking about your Bitcoin trade, Jannie, it's like, if your trade is successful, it might be the catalyst we need for the next kind of alt-call bull run. So everything might rest on the success of your trade.
Yeah, no pressure. No pressure.
No pressure at all.
No, I think, look, there's definitely a very strong case for both arguments, but for me personally, as you know, it's all about stacking probabilities, and it's definitely more in favor of Bitcoin turning compared to the other way around. I don't think it's going to go. I personally feel we've seen the low, and if I'm wrong, that's okay. But I think we've already seen the low.
I mean, and you can also, another little trick. We talked about looking at Ethereum. There's another little trick as well. You can look at when people think of crypto, they think of Solana, ADA, Ethereum, that kind of, that's, Doge, Pepe. They come to those first. So, name recognition. And you can look at ADA, right? Slightly different picture. We're obviously still in a downtrend, but it's a slightly more bullish picture. We've recaptured this area here, right? Which is good. We've come up, we've broken out, and we're trying to find our feet. Kind of like, it looks very similar to the Bitcoin chart in many respects. So the ADA potential trade here, following quite a nice retest, would be just from here to here as a little bit of a trade. But please bear in mind that this also could be a springboard for the price action. So, there's potential. There is some bullish signs that the market is thinking, you know what, maybe, I agree with Jannie, and they're putting their money where their mouth is. But obviously, we're a far cry away from seeing anything like this anytime soon. This is essentially they're all just waiting. They're all just waiting on Bitcoin. If you imagine a sea of tens of thousands of altcoins, little faces like minions looking up at Bitcoin saying, "Are you ready yet?" And this is where we are essentially at the moment. It's true, but this is just and they're waiting. True, yeah. I'm not trying to suggest that cryptocurrency are minions, because that means I'm a minion trader and I don't want to.
Yes. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens over the weekend. What's your typically over the weekends, except for Sunday? I thought Sunday was a bit of an exception where we saw Bitcoin started to move lower. That drop we saw. I'll just quickly show you. Well, what's your experience like in terms of Bitcoin moving over weekends? It doesn't really move over weekends.
Yeah, well, I look at it a bit different. I categorize it a bit differently. Yeah, you could say it's minimal movement, but what I would say is I don't trade Bitcoin, or rather the market, over the weekend for several reasons. But primarily, what you get over the weekends is just trickery. Usually, just games in the price section, and you only start the sanity. It's almost like it enters like a bit of a crazy haze over the weekend, and it's difficult to predict what these moves equal or if they've got any substance. And then when you get into the start of the week, we start seeing really what the sentiment is. So it's not quite, there's not much action. It's true, it's usually less volatile, but usually you get kind of, say for example, Bitcoin broke out over the weekend, right?
It did last Sunday. This is what I wanted to show you, because this was a Sunday move. This was all on Sunday.
Yeah.
Right. And that was Monday morning. So you had the continuation, but that was that's really what I was going to ask you. Is that typical? I don't think that is.
No, I don't think anything at the moment is typical. I'm thinking like a year ago when everything was okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, everything is, because this price action is anticipatory. It's waiting. It's trying to front run what's happening next week, right? It's short sellers trying to take control. It's all kinds of stuff going on. But usually it's, because there is a correlation, of course, to traditional markets with, Bitcoin is following the dollar, quite succinctly at the moment. And when you've got that level of correlation, of course, you do need to kind of follow market hours a little bit in terms of your trading. Otherwise, you're just going to get bitten, because any move out of Bitcoin, the credibility of it over the weekend is not as substantial as it is if you see it happen in the week, and then you've got a couple of days for the market to react to it and to see if it's got legs or not. So, yeah.
Well, guys, just one last time for everybody watching. Don't forget, there's a 40% off this Easter weekend. So use the code Easter40 for 40% discount at holoprime.com.
I'm just trying to understand the context of trading with bunny ears on, right?
Well,
I'm like, he's so excited about this promotion. He's registered at Holoprime. He's used the code, but he keeps the ears on. We just love it.
Yeah. Interesting point. I personally would have preferred some Easter eggs, but anyway, I definitely would have bought more. All right. But anyway, guys, that's it for this session. The next session starts in 30 minutes from now. Paul, always great to see you. Have a great weekend. Guys, thanks for watching. Take care.
See you later. Thank you. Have a good
Cheers.
weekend.
Bye.
Michael, how you
Hey,
doing?
I'm great. I'm great. What's up, Sam? How are you?
Yeah, all good, thank you. How was your trading day?
Not too bad at all. I'm actually in ACAD. It's decent. I'm up slightly. Kind of played around with me a little bit, but
Very nice, very nice.
it's decent.
Ah, that's awesome. I think we're just waiting for Aymane. But yeah, my trading day was non-existent. Didn't take a single trade. To be fair, I kept glancing at the market every so often, but it just didn't do anything. It just went sideways. Market open, we just were in a range. Didn't go to any area where I'd want to buy or sell.
Right. So this
And
is not good. That sounds like
yeah,
Friday.
pre-market looked nice. To be fair, I mean, pre-market had a few good potential trades, but sorry, not pre-market. Yesterday did. Sorry, I'm looking at it wrong. But yeah, all day today we're just in a range. Nothing.
Yeah.
What can you do? What can you do?
Sounds like typical Friday.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good. It's a good end to the week. Nice and relaxed.
Right.
I'm happy I didn't force any trades or anything like that.
See, there you go. That's the most important thing, not to force any trades, especially when you're right
Exactly.
there. It's not going your way. You almost chomping at the bit just to click the mouse.
Exactly. I don't know. Is Eamon meant to be in a session? Let me have a quick look at the
Yeah, I
schedule.
thought so. I thought I was on session 1 today, but she had me in session 3, like normal. So that's why I didn't think I would be in today. But yeah, it looked like
Yeah, Eamon's in the schedule, so he's running a little bit late. But we can start without him, and then he'll join whenever
yeah.
whenever he has time. I mean,
I'm
you
getting
said
my
you're in
fan
a
on.
trade.
Cool. So yeah, I am in AUD CAD right now. Let's check it out. Check it out.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Not too much going on with the other two for me. Let's take a look at it. Let's see here. All right, ACAD. Yeah, ACAD was decent. I was looking at the footprint charts today.
Ah, nice. Very nice. Oh, Eamon's here.
I'm sorry, I faced some technical issues.
No problem. Glad to have you here.
Hello,
what's
guys.
up?
How are you doing?
Good.
Great.
Michael's
Michael.
just showing us a trade he's in right now at, on Australian dollar CAD.
Okay, is that like the delta chart?
That was
Yeah,
the
it is. I
footprint.
was just saying,
Yeah.
I was looking at the footprint charts. So what's happening is I got two monitors right here. One of them I'm looking at like on my regular charts, and then the other one is my trading view that I'm looking at the footprint, and it just mirrored it over here. That's why it showed.
Nice.
So cool. So I am in at 82. Let me see. Yeah, 86, 82. So I'm in at 82. Only thing what's wrong with this for me is it is Friday, and I really don't like to put my full size on it. But this is my setup, right? Like as I always mention, this is that exact setup. Break past this level, come back and reset this on here, take off, right? So this is, as you can see, I'm in right here after the peak load, right? So retest this area. Right, so pretty much right there. This is my sweet spot. Right? Just gonna put that in there. Sweet spot. Right,
Like, is there a mic issue? Because like I cannot hear like very well. Is it same for you, Sam? No.
Michael's a little bit quieter than usual, but I can hear him quite well.
Maybe the mic is not connected.
My
but
mic.
You should. Maybe the mic is
Yeah,
not
let me
connected.
see if my mic. Let me
Yeah.
see if my mic is on the right settings here. Audio, microphone. Oh yeah, that's what it is. You guys are good. What about
Because
now?
normally I hear you more cleaner than now. Yeah, now it's good.
This is better. This is much better.
Yeah, a million times better. Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Glad you said something. My mic's literally right here. I was wondering why it was sound like that.
It happened to me so many times.
You caught it.
Yeah. The mic doesn't connect, so yeah.
Yeah. Cool. As long as you guys can hear me now, so perfect. I was gonna say this mic better work. I just got this not too long ago. Sweet. Well, cool. So yeah, you guys can kind of see this ugly double bottom structure here, right? Run up here, bounce off this area, going long. Right. This is the exact pattern. Now, typically I don't take these trades on Fridays, but I couldn't help myself today. This was just like too clean. Now it didn't go as fast as I thought it would because it's kind of sitting here, but let me take all of this off actually. So yeah, it's not gorgeous. And then something else, I don't have my full size on either because one, it's Friday. And two, I always say when it does this move, I don't want it to touch the 200 EMA like this one did here. That's like, as I always say, I want to be in the ride to the EMA the first time, not the second time.
Yeah.
But the 4-hour chart looked great, right? So when I'm looking at this 4-hour chart looked great. Had a nice same thing here, right? This funny looking W structure here as well. Broke up above, come back, bounce. I'm expecting this to go back to this area at least, right? Now again, this is Friday, so it's tougher to say all of that, but the move is still there. The pattern is still there. So I was a little bit flexible on it. And like I mentioned, I'm gonna put my full size on it because it's pretty, but it wasn't as pretty as I would have liked it to be.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is really the only move for me. What is this? 82. Whoa. Okay. So yeah, I'm barely up on this, as you guys can see. And my target is this 80-yard high, which of course I highly doubt it makes it there by 3:55 in the next 2 hours. I would close this either way. But once this does get to this area, which I need to put my marker on here, I would just move my stop loss to break even. So I'll just put a little SL to BE, right? Stop loss to break even. It's my shorthand for that. And that's really it, guys. I didn't have too much today. I was looking at, which one is this? Oh, that was EA. I was looking at EA. Where is that one? EA. Okay, here. Yeah. EA was a bit funky, right? I just didn't like how it didn't hit the stops low for me, right? Let me move it to the 15-minute. This didn't do a good job of hitting the stops low. I would have wanted to. So this is my Asian box. When they come out of the box, as I always say, I want them to do, if it's going to go long, I want them to do a move like this, like hit the stops low, like, ping those traders on and then go long. As you see, it never came low like this. Even though it made this move up here, that's not good enough. Like for me, that's not enough context. You can't make the W up here like this, right, without hitting the stops low down here. Because what can happen is this is just a range. Like for me, they can chop all within here until and for them to come on and ping it up here high first, and then they actually went past the 80-yard like this. This was just too much going on. It was like, I'm going to pass on this one. I would have much rather it be more cleaner, right? Like not hit it up there, come down here and give me some type of pattern off this 800 and then go long. So that was ugly. I didn't look at this one long at all. And then, of course, I got to go over GU and GJ. These were really nothing for me. These things have been not cooperating lately. Right? So remember, I even drew this on here and said what type of move I would be looking for. Of course, that never happened. That went the complete other way. So at this point, you guys already know, once this 5,200 crosses for me, right, I'm looking for, I know I'm in level 2. All right. We'll do it this way: 5,200 cross, level 2, looking for M's or W's off the 200. Right. That is not happening just as of yet. I'll be looking more of a move to come down, give me that W structure, then go back long. Then I'm interested in it. Nice close above that 13, stop go below that swing point, target here. That would be a nice something, right? Like maybe even a 2 for 1. Yeah, nice little 2 for 1. I'm gonna leave this here just for futures. And then we definitely want to see market baseline come below the static as well for that reload. Right? We gotta have the reload when it comes to the W's and M's off the 200 EMA. This is a must. God, I lost so much money without trying to take this trade without the reload. Right? Hard rule here. So so yeah, nothing on GU for me. And then on GJ, pull up the same thing. Yeah, this was super ugly. Like this is what I would call hideous, right? And reason being is it's confusing. It's super confusing. You kind of can't tell what's going on here. We got this 5,200 cross here, right? I like to just mark all of this stuff up. 5,200 cross. So again, we're in level, I'll just put L2, looking for M's off the 200 at this point, right? Because 5,200 has crossed to the downside, right? Something else that we have here that gives me even further context is this 200, 800 cross here. So we're definitely short, like for this. I'm short all the way with this move, right? So as you can see, price has never touched the 200 EMA at all. This little bit of ping doesn't touch it, so this does not count, right? Like they were close, but that's not it. So what makes this even worse is the fact that when I'm looking at this, it's just funny the move that they're trying. They got this long multi-session W here to try to make you think that they're going to come and bounce off this level and go back this way, right? Which is wrong in itself. But then they give you a 1350 cross to the downside to make you think that the move is here, right? A run down, come up, and then drop back going low. And what do? They go the other way. This whole thing was just way off today, like way off. So I spent even less time on GJ than GU because it was just so. This thing was GJ was confused itself. Like this was nothing for me. So yeah, nothing on that really. And then, yeah, I guess I'll go to gold and then Bitcoin, and I'll just pass it off. As you guys can see, still hitting all-time highs. It's amazing.
Gold is
just
crazy.
Amazing. It seemed like every week it's saying gold prices has never been this high in the history of gold pricing, right? And it just continues to go higher and higher and higher. It's insane. So for me, gold is untradeable right about now.
Well, yeah.
Unless you're trying to catch one of those peaks, which again I mentioned I don't do. Unless you're trying to catch some move like this, and the close below the 13, put your stops above the all-time high, which at this point you should be a little scared to do because it continues to go right back to the all-time high no matter what.
Yeah.
So nothing really for me on that one. For me, I just see this huge 5,200 cross. So I would be more interested in this coming all the way down. Give me that W structure, then going back long, right? Market baseline is super high. You need to have to come on down, give me that reload. Entries there, stops below here, and then you can have a move like that. But gold goes off the board for me. And then I guess I'll run it over to Bitcoin really quick.
Bitcoin, same thing, right? So this is the interesting part, because technically, just technically, this is trying to set up, right? This is trying to set up for some shorts.
Mm.
But we got the 5200 cross. We know we're in level 2, right? Now this does give you something. I just want to be very clear about that. This is ugly, but this does count. This move here and coming down, that counts. And reason being it counts is because we have a reload here on the market baseline. It comes above the static and back below. If we didn't have this on the TDI, then it would not count. But seeing that we do, this is a check and this is a check. Both for those, that counts. So to take a second right? To go short here, stops here, target here. Risky, but it is there. I'll be honest, it's there. If this can close, this will give you 1 for 1.3. Right, nice little 6.7% move, but depending, not bad at all. And then we already have the market baseline going above the static for the reload, right? We have the outside the band here, as I always like to see. We have the inside the band over here. This is actually pretty, to be honest. Right? What'll happen is I'll break a rule and I'll take this trade short and then I'll get smashed. So I can't do it. But I am going to put this. I'm gonna put second off the 200. I just want to see it when it shows up. Maybe I'll
keep an eye on it.
I don't know.
Exactly. You never know.
Right. But yeah, that was about it. I'll go back to ACAD. I don't know what that's looking like right about now, but I do want it to get a little bit further before I move my stops to break even on this one. Just a bit further, please, Mr. Market Maker. Oh, what happened? I thought I put an alert on this.
I will call them for you, Michael.
Exactly. Aymane's got the market maker on.
Please do. Let them know I'm just a simple servant. That's all.
How many points? How many points you want?
Listen, I need
pips.
Just let them know. Look, in pips, I just need 20 more pips. Just 20 more pips. That's it. I'm not even asking for much.
Get on the phone, Aymane. Go on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. For what? But yeah, that's pretty much it for me today, guys. Not much action.
Okay. Actually, today, Friday, I didn't take any trade. But,
same here.
Same for you also.
There literally wasn't a trade. It just went sideways today. It didn't go to any area. It was just boring. Nothing happened.
Actually, let me share the screen. Like there were some setups, but like nothing interesting. When I checked, like you said, it was more of scalping. Like if you scalp 10 Chrome tab, I think.
So no trade, but something close.
Okay. Yes, so I will do like a quick recap what happened this week, because actually it's interesting what happened, how we started the week, and how the sentiment, let's say, look like right now. So it's a little bit different than like how we start the week. Like the week started, the sentiment was bearish. If we check more clearly, let's say the 4 hour, like we open with a big, like let's say a gap of, let's measure it. So 2% approximately.
Is that the market maker calling you back?
Yeah, he's calling me back.
Okay.
He said, don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, so we open with like 2.21% gap, and everyone here, the news, social media, were talking about we will have a Black Monday. Literally, this is the word they use. We
Black
will have
Monday.
a Black Monday. Yeah, we will have a Black Monday, and guess what happened? We created the last low in London. The sentiment change, and if you remember, guys, like we had, let's say, the fake news. Where is it here? Yeah, we had the fake news here. This candle right here. We had 7%, let's say, move to the upside. We touched supply here, but then we came back. So here was the fake move, fake news about, I think, the 90 days delay
Yep,
of tariff. It was
it
here.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it was one pattern that was repeating this week, like, and we talked about it before. Like we create the low on the Asian session and we have continuation on the NY session. It happened quite, I think, 3 or 4 days this week. And like we create the low here on the Asian session. We had the failure, continuation, and the NY open. It was somewhere here, and we had continuation to the upside. So Tuesday we had like we start like the sentiment was not sentiment was bullish, but it was more of a bullish like bullish pressure, buyers pressure. We push to this double, let's say double top. Like if you, let's say, we can draw it, like it's sort of double bottom, but double top, let's say, just it's more slower because of this big wick that we had here.
Right.
So it was like double top. I remember I missed one trade here. I was waiting for this wick to get taken and then having this type of candle footprints also, but I missed this one trade here, and we had like how many percent move to the downside? We had approximately like 8.7%. So we saw really big move this week. And one thing I want to like just to mention, like when most of the time when we have like a gap at the open, Sunday open, like you have an idea about how aggressive this week will be, how like the volatility of this week, like when Sunday open and it's not that aggressive, like you see, okay, to this week it will be more of don't aim for a lot of points. It's this is just what sometimes they use this, and it helps a lot. So actually, like I forgot to say, like here when I saw the gap, I knew this week will be volatile, and for me, like in normal days, this happened like just on NFP week. Like when we have NFP week, like the Sunday open with a small gap, not like this. But now we are seeing this like a lot because of the geopolitical events and etc. So Wednesday we had similar pattern again that we had Monday. So Asian session, London session created the low, and pre-New York session here, like we were pushing, and we had continuation to the upside, and we have like the how many percentage on this 1 hour candle, like 8.5% in 1 hour candle. So here in this candle here, it was about like the tariff again. This time it was not fake, and it's funny, it was like approximately the same level like here. Look at this 1 hour candle here. So we had it at 17.425, and also here the fake move, it happened at, let's say, 17,200. So approximately same level. Here we had the fake news, and here we had the pause. So I think like apparently, or I don't know what's the exact word they use for, so like it's like it could be something like Trump because Trump is now moving the market. Like here it was fake news, and now he confirmed it's here. So it's weird a little bit.
I mean,
But
he
we
even
have
said,
this.
he even tweeted out, it's a good time to buy. He tweeted
Yeah.
out, and then the market
Thank
pumped
you.
up.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
look at this
thank
guy.
you.
Like, this guy is crazy. Like, what in the world?
I mean,
It's a
And-
good
and
normally
time to
that would
buy
be seen.
DJT.
That would be seen as market manipulation, or
Yeah.
insider trading. You could even call it. Well, maybe not. It depends whether he acted upon it. But yeah,
And it's
Well,
it's
they
funny
had
because
some.
I just go ahead, Michael. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say that is like some of the talks, right? It seemed like I think they said one trader had 596 call contracts and made $40 million in 2 hours off this play.
damn.
Yeah.
Actually, I saw one reel with the President Trump and a couple of billionaires, and one of them was, I think, the big owner of Charles Schwab.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
He said,
and
"Look,
he was
this
like,
is Charles Schwab. This is actually a real person." Like,
yeah, this is Charles Schwab. He made 2.5. He said 2.
billion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's, for me, when I watch it, like, it's wow.
Yeah.
So
Insane.
I'm gonna start getting notifications on Trump's tweets. Anything that can
Yeah.
move the market, I'm in. I mean, we've never really had this before. You know what I mean?
Never.
That open. Like Elon did it
Never.
a few times with like certain meme coins, right back in the days, like Dogecoin
Yeah.
or whatever. But not quite like this. I mean, this is
Yeah.
insane. You know,
This is another level. And to be honest,
Yeah.
that's what traders should do. Don't do this technically, right? But it seemed like everyone's chasing signals. That's the ultimate signal right there. Is to have
was
one.
the signal of the century.
signal of century.
Say, hey, I'm
Trump-
going to turn
Trump
on my
Telegram.
notifications for Donald Trump's tweets, and that's going to be my signal provider right there.
For me, like when he was re-elected, first thing I did is create an account on Truth Social.
Mhm.
So because he's posting on Truth, so I
Yeah.
created Truth Social because I know like he liked to do those things, like
Yeah.
post something
Yeah.
and the markets. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, use it to your advantage. Absolutely. Absolutely. Use it to your advantage. But
Yeah.
missed opportunity, damn it.
Yeah. It's so weird though, right? Like when I try stuff like that, guys, I promise you it never works. Like when
Same.
it never works. Like when he came out, when the stock changed, when he bought that, it went from True Social to that DJT or whatever. The very first day it came out, I lost 4K on that play. Like down the drain, guys. I'm like, this is why I don't chase this type of stuff. This is why I gotta just stick to my regular trading that works out. Anytime I get greedy and throw money at these things, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna turn my 4K into 400K in like 3 weeks. It never works. It just never does.
Yeah.
For me, it never works. The only time it worked is, like I said, with XRP from 30 cents to $3. That's the only time it's ever worked for me. Outside of that, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It never works out for me.
Yeah.
Oh, well. You have a trading
Yeah.
plan, and that's important, you know?
Even my homeboy, he's
yeah.
like, "Oh, I bought the Trump coin when it came out." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "I made whatever X off of." I'm like, "Are you serious?" I'm like, "Dude, I can't get into that stuff. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the conservative trader in me fighting with that's not real, and it just never works. And maybe I believe that it won't work, and that's why it doesn't work."
Yeah. I agree.
I've
Yeah,
never been so
so-
lucky for something like that to work out for me, except one.
Yes. So should we continue? I think we are. Yeah. So Thursday we had similar pattern. We had Wednesday, and we had it on Monday. Just this time is for the sellers. So we created the high of the high on the Asian session. We respected also like the high of NY session, and then like we London session we respect the Asian session, and we were going lower. We had like I remember I took like couple trades here.
Yeah, we talked about
One
this
good
yesterday.
trade and couple scam. Yeah.
I just want to
Yeah.
point out, I think I see a potential trade on S&P right now. I see
Nice. Let's
something
go.
lining up. I think I may have already missed it, but are you on S&P? Oh, a little bullet. Wait a minute. What was that? You just pointed. What? Oh, okay. What time frame are you looking at?
This is 1 hour.
1 hour. If I show my screen real quick, you see a
Okay.
potential. I have to look at the footprint though.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Hopefully you can see it.
Yeah.
So what I'm seeing is we were just ranging all day. There was nothing there. There's a gap in volume. We broke above it, and we've come back to test it from the other side, which means if there's enough buy pressure, we could be going up. But it's been in such a ranging market. There's been no trend. I want to see something really obvious. I got to look at the depth of market as well. Depth of market's not giving me anything. It's all small numbers. But I'm trying to see, are the buyers able to actually push anything up right now?
I think we don't see like the screen.
Oh, you don't see? Oh my bad. Are you seeing it now?
Okay. Yeah. Now
can you see it now? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I forgot to put it up. So there was a gap in volume. I mean, we ranged all day just sideways. There was nothing. Like the areas I wanted it to go to was either here or up here, but we just weren't moving. And we broke through this gap, and we've come back now to the other side to retest it. But it looks like the buyers are struggling to actually make any damage in this market at this moment in time. Some of them are coming in, but these sellers are still quite strong. And so I'm just going to look on the 5 minute if I see anything. All right, there's a bit of confidence that there was a lot of buy orders exactly here that might start defending it. Let me drop back down. There could be a potential trade.
No, you're not wrong at all, in my opinion.
Like for taking buys.
Taking a buy, yeah. There could be a potential buy.
For me, actually,
the only thing I don't like is that how much we ranged, and because of the time, is it really going to start pushing up now and start trending on a Friday? On the last few hours of Friday, I doubt it. I doubt we're going to get to this zone at the top here.
But
like, I really
there is a pattern. Sam, sorry, there is a pattern like on Fridays. Mm-hmm. Sometimes if we don't get like any good move, like during the session in the morning, like after the in the afternoon, so like this last 3 to 4 hours before markets close, most of the time we see good moves. So, but it's Friday. It's Friday.
This is the thing, and I'm not seeing big enough numbers. The sellers are still equally as big, I would say, and the sellers are able to push the market down even with smaller numbers. I want to pay attention to like buy numbers, how easily they push the market up in that area.
Can you check the 15 minutes, Sam? But maybe you would take 15 minutes. Like if you,
we have a lot of volume like here.
That's for me. Like we got the biggest candle in this small uptrend. So for me, like it's maybe we squeezed the buyers, like we empty the buyers.
Yeah.
Buyers took profit. So because if you measure this candle and how big the cluster are, and you will see this is the only biggest candle we got in this small trend.
I agree, but what I also see is that we are just literally in a range right now, from here to here, and it's just kind of bouncing up and down. I feel like I don't feel like
you're right there though. You're right there. It's like it's so close. It's so close.
I'm itching. I kind of just want that one more confident. I want to see something undeniable, and then I think that's at least for a scalp. But we're just going sideways now. The buyers and sellers are pretty equal in terms of pushing the market up and down. There's no clear imbalance right now. What I don't like though is we had a lot of buy pressure come in, all here, but they just got exhausted very quickly. And then you had buyers trapped here, and you can see these buyers getting out of their position, right? There are still a few buyers in the market, but they're just not coming in heavy. A few are buying here, but they're getting prices below where all the buyers are buying, which I don't like. Let me check something. Let me check the exact area. I got an idea. Let me see if I can find
Totally
the
justified buy
exact
right here.
area.
This is like it broke through. Now it almost like it's kind of pulling back to this area.
Yeah. All right. Back to 15. It's starting to move up. The wicks are. Let me see. Go to the 1 minute. Oh, don't run away. Don't run away. Don't run away. Stop. Let me see. Oh, the buyers are doing a bit of damage. All right, if it dips back in, I think I might enter a position because I don't want that risk reward. Because that risk reward is going to suck if I get in here to the high and then my stops. Yeah, 1-to-1. I want it to dip a little bit down, and then potentially I'll jump in for a trade. But until that happens, why does this look weird? Oh, this is the 1 minute chart. I was going to say. I just don't know if it's going to take out this high, though. Nah, it's doing it now. It's doing it. It's making its move.
I think this is a great move.
It's making its move. Those buyers are still. I don't know. I feel like the sellers are going to defend this area. It was good, but it's a Friday. It's late. We're basically in a range. Am I buying at the top of the range? Maybe a short scalp, but I would have to.
Short scalp. That's what I want to say. Short scalp.
And the pressure isn't that great. I mean, we had a bit of trapped sellers, you could say, here. Nah, I'm not going to take it. I'm going to stick to my rules. I'm not going to take it. This is outside of my rules. But
yeah,
it could very well start trending. But I think we're in a range. I don't think it's serious about actually making new highs today. Sorry, you were saying?
For me, actually, it's in a supply zone, and as you said, like the timing, it's important also. Timing is really important, and now like it's for my time it's 7:39. So
yeah,
if I will be looking if I will be honest, if I will be looking for something, it will be sales, not buys. We are sitting in supply. We had this biggest candle at the top of and this small trend here, like this 15 minutes small uptrend, the biggest candle we got. And again, we could break everything here and just no retracement, just fly, create new high of the day.
Well,
so
as a scalp, it would have worked out quite nicely. But honestly, I wouldn't want to sell until we get up here. I wouldn't want to sell until we get up here. Oop, that's a buy position. I meant to sell. Like I wouldn't want to sell.
Thank you, Aymane. I guess the market makers granted your wish. I appreciate that.
Did it work?
They did. I'm about to take some off now. It's actually
Oh, it is
poised
breaking the
up perfect.
high. These buyers are coming in heavy now. Ah, that's annoying. That was annoying. It would have been a good trade, but it's a Friday, man. It's a Friday. And it is now breaking the new highs. This market is a joke.
Wow.
The whole day we're going sideways, didn't do anything. And now it's making this move. I don't want to enter at 6:40 p.m. in the evening here. Nah. It's too late now. Wait, it never came back. Never gave me another shot at it. Good and bad. It's good and bad. I'm happy I didn't
you
have
had
broken a rule. But at the
but
same
the bias
time,
was correct. You had the correct bias. The zone was there. Everything was there. You had just to click on buy.
if it was a few hours, during, say, market open, a few hours after market open, absolutely. But at this time,
let me share
I'll
my
never
screen
take
really
trades.
quick. Let me share my screen
Go
real
for
quick. Yeah, I think you nailed that, Sam. To say the least.
All day I was waiting for a trade. And then I gave
know.
up and went to get a haircut.
You know what? I was gonna ask you if you got a haircut today, but I didn't want to.
I gave up. I was like, no, I'm getting a
haircut.
haircut. This is ridiculous.
Check this out, though. Right? This is so interesting. This broke this area.
Oh, yeah.
Came back, retested it. Take out new highs. Right? Sweet spot. Right here. This is the same thing. This is that area. Right? This is that same area. Huge W structure. Broke it. Came back. Here. Right? Now, of course, I doubt it's going to go here on Friday. Just because it is Friday. But this is definitely the move. Right? I'll be targeting the 800. Breaking this high, going towards 800. But yeah, just look at this. This is what I always say. This is not a coincidence. This area over here to the left, this is the area. And boom. They played off this same exact area. Right? Nice little structure here. This thing's taking off. And they probably will get into it.
It looks like it actually will now. What a joke. All day it wouldn't trend. Now it's making its move at this time. When does it moved more during pre-market. What a joke.
This is so crazy, right? Because this is exactly why what I say, I trade currencies until 12, but these, like the indices, can be traded till 2. Now, yes, it's Friday, so you got to be much more cautious. But to me, these things still be moving after 2 o'clock. I mean, until
I've
2
noticed
o'clock.
If I trade pre-market or trade after about 3 or 4 hours after market open, any times outside those windows, whoa, I've done the whole zoom in thing again. But anytime after that, I've noticed my success rate goes down.
You got to stick with your data then.
Watching.
Yeah,
cameras,
like the data. And check this out. Something else that I like about this is the fact that it broke this area. That green candle, that last one, it broke this area. This green candle broke above this whole. Let me zoom in just a little bit. If you used to put this candle right here, this green one, this broke above that area.
Bro, it is heading to the take profit like crazy to the next zone. It is almost there. It did it. What?
Yeah.
What is going on? Why is it moving all of a sudden?
Don't be mad when I tell you.
Coming in now. I'm a little bit mad
Don't
at
be
Intake
mad
that
when
now.
I did take this. I think it was a small position.
I'm a little bit pissed I didn't take that.
What is this? In at 23. Yeah, it's in at 23. Yeah, like right here. I said 23. Oh man, look at this. This is almost a perfect entry. Man.
What a trade that would have been.
Yeah.
What a joke. But the footprint didn't even show that much volume at the beginning, man. All the volume came in like.
So look. So that's what I think too. So check this out. I'm looking at it on my other chart over here. Again, I don't look at this too much. What is this? FXM, let's do this. Okay, cool. It looks like this thing had. Wait, am I on the right one? SPX? Yeah. Wait, hold on a second. Why are these two different ones? Oh, wait, something is happening right now. That's so interesting. This looks totally different than when I'm looking at my other screen.
It might be if you're doing that's a CFD, so that's tick volume then. If you use the futures one, it will use
Oh, here we go. Here.
ES.
Okay, yeah.
ES.
ES?
You should. Yeah. You mean you want to check S&P 500?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is options. I think it's options. I think.
No, so click futures.
Click on futures, and
then
could you delete? Could you delete SPX and type ES?
Yeah.
Delete SPX. Yeah, and type EX. Yeah.
That's the first one. That's it.
Okay, let's see if this one pulls up. Okay, it does. Dang, that is crazy. So I'm looking at two separate things. Wow.
So that's the contract volume.
Something new every day.
And before that was the tick volume on the other chart.
That's why I got M's on here and for millions. Wow, that's mind blowing. That is mind blowing. Wow. Okay, never mind.
Crazy stuff.
Never
man.
mind.
I don't know. The S&P has been funny. Last 2 days, man, absolute joke. Yesterday wouldn't give me an entry.
No, definitely.
Today wouldn't give me an entry, and when it finally does, it does it now.
It's late in the day.
But even then, I mean, I'm looking at the footprint, man. It just.
This was a nice break. I think you caught it though. I think he caught it.
Yeah.
Sam. This is a nice break above this area.
Sam, I think you missed the trade because of me, because I told you, could you check 15 minutes?
Well, normally you'd look at the footprint to see that absorption. Maybe I would have spotted something, but
yeah.
I mean,
I think
when it broke this area
last time you missed the trade because of the podcast, and now it's because of Aymane. So
it's all good. It's all good. I would have broken a rule if I took the trade. I would have broken a rule, and
well, you did good then. You stuck to your rule. A on your process. That's what matters most.
That's it. Monday is a new day. I'll be in New York on Monday, so I could probably might be able to trade a session. Who knows if I have time?
Yeah,
but
I will share.
You gonna be in New York? I had to get a fresh set.
Yeah. You broke up. I can hear you.
I said you're gonna be in New York on Monday. That's why you had to get a fresh haircut.
Yeah, I have to make myself look right. You know, I'm packing, doing everything. Not a single alert went off on TradingView, and I was like, "What's going on?" I checked the charts; we're still going sideways. I'm like, "Damn, doesn't want to give me some spending money."
Right.
Yeah, actually, it will be. It will be unexpected if we will break the highs before the market close. It will be something, but we saw craziness this week, so it could happen.
Anything can happen. Why not?
Yeah. for me it's like, okay, we created like how many? It was choppy actually. For me, I was more into sales because just simply we were sitting in a supply area. So for me, the max it can go is just here. We have
Yeah.
another supply here. So that's why I was a little bit of, okay, we will wait for the price, how it will react here. But when I checked the 5 minutes, we took this previous week, close bullish. Should we check the footprint? I don't know if it's not lagging. 1 second. It's lagging a little bit. So we'll wait for it, okay. And we share the footprint, the delta. Present. I don't know if if it's the same. Yeah. Okay, here it is. So I put like 9 tick. Let's put, yeah. So this is 5 minutes. 5 minutes time frame. So the delta here was like we were negative. Let's check the volume. We had like big clusters here. We had 434 here. We had 374 here. Okay, sellers. We have a 621 here. Okay, so here we had, let's say, the sort of absorption. So we had absorption here. 534 buyers came in. Okay, came back to this area right here and broke the structure. Let's check the highest volume we had. Is it here on the top or not? So here we had 9,000, 9,600, 11,000, 15,000 here. Okay, so we had 15,000 here. Is it we had same footprint, Sam?
Which
or not?
which time frame and which candle?
In like a 5 minute candle, 5 minute time frame, like ES.
Yeah, which what's it called? Which one are you looking at? Which what time was it?
So, like 6:30.
6:30. Is that your time or just recent?
It's
So
my
within
time.
this hour, right? Your time.
So
5:30.
Yeah, it's my. Mm-hmm.
So basically like hour and 40 minutes ago, right? No, sorry, hour and 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Hour and 10 minutes.
The delta was 4.35. So 4,350 was the delta on that candle on TradingView.
And the volume?
Total volume was 15,760.
Okay. So we have it's same numbers. Okay. Well, here you can see here.
That's good to know. The data's accurate.
Yeah.
Imagine if the numbers were completely off. Like, oh shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I knew it. I knew something was wrong with that.
Yeah. So it was 50-50 as Sam said. It's better you didn't answer Friday. Imagine if it was a stop.
If you're gonna break your rules, that's it.
You answer. Yeah.
I would have really ticked me off if I got stopped out on the last trade of the week. That would have really ticked me off. But
especially before vacation, you be thinking about that on your flight.
Yeah, exactly.
So I got a question for you, Aymane. Can you go back to the candlestick chart and go on the 1 hour? And I guess it's for you too, Sam. So the last candle, look at the last candle. Not the current candle, but
This
the
one?
last one. The one before it. Yeah, this one. The fact that that closed above all of that structure, that don't mean anything to you guys. I'm just curious.
Like close above.
I look
Above
at
what?
like the structure. So I look at like I use candles like not to like base any decisions, but you see how like the one on the low, a few candles to the left, bit more to the left, bit more to the left, down, 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 down. The one with the really long wick, the bullish candle with the really long wick. Yeah, right there. Like if I saw that and I'm looking to sell, I would be a bit like, do you know what I mean? Because it's such an extreme candle, right? But like whether the candle closes like the body is a bit above structure or something like that, I wouldn't base I wouldn't put too much emphasis on it. I would look like if the orders are telling me something else, then I would still, otherwise like I'd get so confused after a while because everything would be like conflicting.
For me, to be honest, because there is couple trader for them. This is close above the structure. I think for you, this is the structure here. Yes, Michael. Like yeah, yeah. Like for example, this is like it's broke structure. Some trader is here. It have to break the wick also. And for me, it's have to. I don't use much structure, to be honest. I use just the failure and the double top, double bottom. But yeah, so like for you, when it's close, sort of like here, it's break of structure.
With everything else, yeah, basically. So like, let me show my screen, I guess. And again,
just one last thing, like break of structure of which structure, like this
structure right there. So how you got
this substructure or this one? Because sorry, for me, like, because I was using structure a lot. This is let's say substructure, and we have this is the main structure, if you can see. So this is for me, let's say, the main structure. Let's have it on green. And for me, this is like retracements. This is a substructure, and this is a substructure in a substructure. So for me, this is like, this is a sub for a sub, and the continuation of this one. It's a little bit, I don't know if I explain it well, but
I agree, and I say the same thing. The huge one to the left is the main structure, and then that small structure there is the substructure. I mean, I would use the same context in essence. Just let me pull this up really quick. You know, I was just curious to know. So yeah, like that would be the substructure. The main structure is this huge thing right here. This huge thing right here, all the way until right here, because this right here is where the 1350 crosses. So now this is, for me, it's definitely long. So I'm looking for, in essence, something. I'm going to take this off. It's going to throw it off just a bit. Right? But something like this. So if this is the top of that whole little thing, it would be something right here. So this main thing is the main structure, the box to the left, this 1350 cross with this run up. And again, this is, for me, this is the same thing, right? Like I always say, when it comes back and touches this area and breaks this, whoops, well, that was a little too much there. I just want to see some type of pattern and structure within here. And I would say, I would use the word substructure. Let me see some substructure in here, right? Testing this same area, basically. And this is basically exactly what this did. Right? So you got this same structure here. And then when it ran up and broke all of this, which will be this area here, and then come back and give some type of pattern off this area too. So this is the structure within the structure to me. And the fact that this candle broke above this right here, this is the full, I would say, confirmation candle. This green vertical line closed above all of this right here. That's why you had this small pullback and a takeoff. Like this would be my setup no matter what. Had I seen this and you called this or anyone else, this to me, this is a trade. Long as it's before 2 o'clock.
And sorry, Michael, just one question about the structure. You use like confirmed structure, because I don't know, when I was like using the structure, it have to break 2 times. Let's say if let's say if we are creating higher high, higher low, and we broke the structure 1 time, for me sometimes it can be just fake, and just like we came back to the new highs again. Like you use it like this, or if it's break 1 time, it's break of structure?
No, so it definitely need to be 2 times. So this is in essence, because you would agree that this is a huge W and it broke this structure here, right? Like once this candle right here broke above this area over here, it broke the structure once. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So let me put this vertical line over here. This green candle broke this structure over here. Right. So like this same W structure, this candle is right here in essence. This is the same thing. Like once this broke this area, this big, huge W to the low. And this to me, like we call this like a apex, like this, the top of this W looking thing right here. Once it breaks this part, which is this candle, right? And we have this 1350 cross, this structure is now broken. And then I'm looking for this to come up. Of course, it's not going to run the full way, but to pull back to the 50 EMA, which is the blue one. And I'm looking for that pattern off the 50 EMA, which is right here, the same thing. Now, this is just a point, like on a bigger time frame, but this would more or less be a W, like some type of W structure, which is literally right here. So this isn't that clear because we got this, right? And then we got this like funky move. It plays around with it. But as soon as this comes up and closes above, that's it. Like that is the move going long. I don't know if I said that clear or not. I feel like you right now.
I think there is a delay. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And like the structure definitely help. Like as it's for now, like I use more of like double top, double bottom. It just make for me sense more. Just failure of sellers, failure of buyers, and so. But definitely, you said that like there was double bottom. Yeah, it was double bottom, and we broke, let's say, the bearish structure. If you go to the left, all the way to the left, the bearish structure when we open. No, to the left, all the way to the left. If you zoom out, this bearish move to the downside. Like when we create this big. So for me, like we broke there, but it's not confirmed. Okay, if I will use the structure, I will say, okay, we break the structure, but it's not confirmed. And we have sort of, because if you take this big wick and the other move to the upside, it's also double top. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
If you take
this is to me, like this is when you said like the structure, like the larger structure, just knowing where you are like in the cycle, because and remember how I mentioned that, I'll draw it again. I said a lot of traders take this part right here and they think that right here is to go long, and it's not. It's not to go long. You can't. This is the exact worst time to counter trend trade, basically, to me, in my opinion. Because you can't counter trend trade that structure coming out of what I would call level 1. You'll get smashed.
Unless
like traders,
if you are some,
they look at this, or unless you scalping. maybe. Right?
Unless you are
Scalping
Sam.
it.
No,
Super,
Sam,
and again,
Sam,
this
Sam,
is
the
a
goat, the goat.
super short move. This got to be a super short move because this could totally come up and then you made your money before it goes down. Like that could totally happen.
Yeah.
Like totally. But I'm saying like for the most part, that's on a whole chart. To me, that's literally the worst time to try to take that the other way because it's definitely not about to go there. Like in the structure. And I say definitely not 2 times out of 10 it will go that way. But for the most part, this is breaking structure, right? Like right here. It's breaking this zone. Whoops. It's breaking this zone, and it's only coming back to retest this. So when you get down here and you think this is going to go long again, right? Let's say it happened, and you right here, you're like, oh, this is a double bottom. It's going to do this. That is not the case. That is not the case. You need to know where you are in the cycle to nail that the right way. Because if you try to take that trade coming out of level 1, you're about to get smashed. It happens all the time. This is the worst time to take the trade counter trend. You can counter trend trade anywhere else on the chart. Peak high, peak low, level 2, but you cannot counter trend trade this at coming out of level 1. It's only coming out of here to retest this zone right here. It's going to drop again. That's it. This is not, I repeat, this is not a double bottom. But this isn't that. Like for me, the same thing, let me delete all of this. The same thing for all of this is once I see this right here, the 1350, and let me just kind of zoom out a little bit. But once this happens, right, we got the top, we got the low, and I'm always stopping right here at this 1350 cross because that's when it stops. I am no longer shorts here. Once that 1350 cross and this breaks this structure right here, this is long, like for me. So I wouldn't once this came out, and let's say this comes up right here, this is not a double top. You think it's about to go back down here like this? That is not about to happen. More times than not, that's not going to happen. You think that stops go above here, entry goes here, TP goes here? No. You can't counter trend trade this exact move right here because this isn't finna stop here. This is finna take out these highs and keep going. The next thing that happens is you see this 13, the white EMA and the blue one, this is the 5,200 cross. Right? Price has to, at this point, has to keep going up, break this, and do this again to continue to go higher. At that point, 1350 then crossed. This is definitely long. You want to be taking this trade long, not short, on the counter trend. To me, like once this comes out of this bottom like this, that's why I say I want to stay away from this peak down here, and I don't want to counter trend trade this back to the low.
And like if we create a double top, where you will be your entry? Way to double top.
So that's what I'm saying. This to me, this isn't a double top, but if it was, I'll be waiting for it to retest this area here, right? So it looks something like this.
Yeah. Where you will enter?
Right, my stops will be above here.
We could repeat the same pattern like we
below
had.
this 13.
We could have the same.
To me, you got
the same pattern we had like at the beginning of the week. We could have the same there, like we had double bottom, one push, double top, and we go back lower.
Yeah, and this is why I say it's so important to know where you at in the cycle because it can be very distorted. Like because what I just drew on the chart here, right? This could be a short. Oh, oops. Wait, is this right? No, that wasn't. This could be the short. Let's say you put your stops above this highest swing point. You put your TP all the way down here. Nice little 1-for-1 this looks like this could be it. Maybe. But to me, right, when you look at the higher time frame, this is not it. Like, and again, this is why I love trading, right? Because the whole bias is here. This to me was short there. It was short here when these two EMAs crossed. But at this point, this isn't short anymore. Like, we're at the bottom of this cycle, to me, for this to go like this and go back long, right? Like, I'm looking for this move, this nice W structure here, right? It came up, it bounced, then go back long. We so low on a higher time frame that on a market structure side, this is this, and this is this, right? I'm looking for this. I'm looking for this part right here to go long, but only because, again, this is the 4-hour chart, right? But this is super low. I'm not trying to short this again into lower lows. Even if I'm looking at my market baseline down here, the yellow line, right? This is trying to go up. This is slanted up at this point. I don't want to be shorting into this. This is exactly what I mean when I say I am not trying to short this trade right here. This is a counter trend trade to me at the worst time to counter trend trade it. I don't want to counter trend trade in level 1.
Yeah.
This is gonna blow my account. And it has plenty of times. So I stay away from that. I like the other move, which is the other way around. Right? Like this huge W structure, it broke that area, came back, retested this with a nice little W long to this. I'm taking off right there. My entry's there, my TPs, my stop loss is below here. I'm carving out my little piece in here. That's it. That's all. Nothing more.
Yeah.
I feel like I was preaching just now.
Yeah, that's really good.
But yeah, once this breaks this structure right here, within the major structure, that's it. Like this candle is the entry signal right there. And I want to say any other day, this thing would have been going, but it's Friday. It's taking forever. Typically in the 2 hours time frame, this candle was up big, like just big enough. Matter of fact, when I did take this, it's not even much on it, right? But I already moved the stop loss to break even. I jumped in here at 23. My stop loss at 25. So even if it did come all the way back down to 25 from 58, I'm fine.
Oh, there was a potential another trade.
That would be. Oh, go ahead.
It's part of the same move. Let me get this shared.
Yeah.
It depends. If it continues, it's basically a pullback and continuation. Part of the same move, but it created a little gap. So the gap in volume there now has been created. Broke above, exact same play as what we had, originally. And then potentially. Let's have a look at the footprint, if it's done anything. Again, the numbers are small. I mean, sellers are getting trapped, but the volume just isn't there.
Please, Sam, check the 5 minutes. Yeah, you see the 5 minute, like what? So you don't have like, I mean, 400
400, okay. What? Yeah, this is the 5 minute.
The clusters, the clusters are a little bit different.
Yeah, that's because probably the size of each area. So if I do like manual, I don't know how many ticks you have per row, but if you do like 4 ticks, 8. You do 8. It should look similar now. Is this looking more like yours?
Yes.
There we go.
200.
8 ticks per row.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, like, I'm not seeing many buyers really jumping at me. We're getting a bit of buying pressure coming in, but 200, fair enough. But sellers are being very aggressive, but they're also not really pushing the market. I'm pretty confident it will get up to here eventually. I'm pretty confident it's going to reject from here and keep going up. This is just a pullback, and any moment the buyer is going to come in quite strong and push that market up. I'm pretty confident with that. But so technically, you could scale in again, add another position if you were in that original trade. I wouldn't add like a fresh position, just because this area is going to be a hell of a lot weaker than this area now. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
The most
Agreed.
immediate one is weaker. It doesn't. So, you know, you can have this happen, right? This could potentially happen. You'll just get stopped out, and then it will go in your direction. But like scale in potentially, yeah. Put your stops to break even. But again, like I don't really
could you
do the whole
check some like the 5 minute candle, like the 740 640, I think it's
Just-
yours, it's 640, just the volume,
just
because I
oh,
think
the
we had
volume.
the biggest volume for in this 640.
Yeah, 32,000. Wow.
32, I think it's the biggest volume we had in
Probably. I haven't seen anything higher than that.
yeah.
But yeah, you see a lot of buyers are trapped at the top here. You can start seeing them getting out as well at this push down. And the market's just kind of going sideways. It's very slow.
Yeah.
And then again, it was very slow for like 5, 10, 15 minutes in this area, and then it shot up. It could be another 5, 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden it will make its move. Market's very weird. I don't like it. It's I don't know why it's making its moves now, but
They know something we don't know.
It almost wants to trick people. I feel, you know, creating all these
me
wicks.
also, like,
look how wicky it is. Like the wicks
especially
are
when
bigger
you
than
see
the
the
bodies on
volume,
most of the candles.
especially when you see the volume, like 32,500 in 32,500. Even like at the open, we didn't get this volume. If you see maybe the open,
Nah.
3.
The open was
313.
boring. The open, nothing happened on the open. Like this was the most slowest opening I've ever seen on the S&P 500. Like nothing happened. Like where's the open? Here it is. So
I think 25. Yeah, 20.
Look at the volume, right? This is
25,
pre-market,
yeah.
and then open. Like the volumes are just all right. Volume's a bit higher, but deltas are about the same. What does the open candle do? It has no clue what it wants to do. There's no direction here. It's just up, down, and then it goes up a bit. And it goes up, and then it has a reversal, and then it goes up, and then it reverses, and then it goes up, and then it reverses. It's just range. There was like nothing happened, man. Like it was just boring as hell. What a rubbish day, man. Oh
yeah,
they're pushing it down quite a bit. These sellers. Let's have a look what the sellers are doing. Are they actually
maybe
able
sell
to
opportunity?
No, I definitely wouldn't want to be selling it yet. Not until it breaks that area and then comes back and then starts pushing down. Then maybe. But let's look on the 1 minute. Oh, it's really starting to push down. What's going on?
It.
See, this is why this market is weird right now. Like it doesn't respect anything. It's almost like
come
why did it
on,
stop
Sam.
here?
It just respected your level and went straight to the target.
Yeah, but our target would have been up here. Why did it stop here? What the hell is up here? There's nothing here.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the
crazy.
volume. I must be missing something. 1 minute. There's got to be something I have missed. Why did it randomly stop there? There has to be something.
No, it's just a Freaky Friday, as usual. Freaky Friday.
In Friday, the price action is not similar like to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Or it's just me. I feel like this. Even like on the delta chart, the numbers are not really the same. The volume is not the same. That's why Friday, I think I will stay always away from Fridays. Do like Michael, have long weekends.
Yes,
I
especially
don't
in the
know,
peak
man.
Friday.
It hasn't actually really broken it. The buyers are still trying to fight it off. There we go. It's starting to fight. But like, this is what doesn't make sense, right? You get a lot of selling pressure, but the market still wants to push up. Like, the buyers are very effective. There's just not a lot of them. Do you know what I mean? They just haven't come in. They're actually quite good at pushing the market up when a little bit of them do come in, but there's just not, there's no force behind them. There's no one actually jumping in for a buy right now. I think if it drops, like, I wouldn't want to be selling it until we get below this area and then see
Agreed.
that. Then I would be like,
Agreed.
right, okay, we can start shorting the market. But then I would probably want to get out of these lows. Until it breaks this range. I think it's just in a range, and that was ultimately a fake out now. Like, this is just one big range to me right now. All that.
Sneaky.
This is it. I didn't think it would go that much higher. This was all a fake out. You see that?
Yeah.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you.
That's how they smash your account to pieces.
Exactly. It looked really nice when it pushed up, and then they just trapped all the buyers at the top here. And to be fair, I mean, you can see like heavy selling coming in, but yeah, they trapped all these buyers. If I put it back to auto.
Yeah, for sure, and especially when you see the volume, you see like the big
look
volume
at
we
that.
had, even more than the volume we had at the open. So for me, like, there is something happened there. There is a lot of things happen. So I will not be surprised if we got a reversal from there. But I will not be surprised because we saw increase of volume, numbers, big clusters, sellers, big cluster of sellers, and immediate reaction. So, but we will see how the price reacts at 5,360. It will be interesting.
It basically touched it just now, almost, and it rejected it a little bit. There's quite a bit of a wick being formed. But yeah, they trapped a lot of buyers. Look at that, and then they all start dropping off. But now it's such an indecisive market, very indecisive.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
On a 15-minute, or if they on a 1 hour, if they do close below that entry candle, then yeah, they definitely playing with them.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Who knows?
Sneaky.
Hopefully Monday's a bit better. We get actual. Because I think, look, where we are in the charts, like today I had no real bias either. I couldn't figure out if today's going to be bullish, bearish, what's going to happen today. Just because we were in the middle. We're just dead in the middle of like nothingness, right? Like, you could probably see it a bit better, but like, we had that push down, push up, and now we're just kind of in the middle, trading in that area. Like, do you know what I mean? For me, and with all the volume, like there's no major gaps anywhere. There's like a few smaller ones up here and here, but the two major ones is this one here, which we rejected off, and then this big one up here, which we also rejected off. But then we just kind of went back to the middle between these two areas, and from there, like, which side? Like, if you're closer to this side, it's better to sell. If you're closer to this side, it's better to buy until one of them breaks. But when you're in the middle, you kind of, it could just range, and it could go back to that side and then go back down. It could either just keep dropping and go to this bottom one. It could do so many things. So when it's in the middle, it's very hard to have a direction for the day. And yeah, it just didn't do anything. Like there was no real clear direction. I know technically we're probably going to close this day bullish, I'm assuming. I think this would be a bullish day technically. Oops, wrong chart. Yeah. It's a bullish candle. But
if not,
ultimately,
if
it was just
we didn't get any news,
a ranging day.
Yeah, if we didn't get any news later during the day, I see there is a White House press briefing. So let's see if Trump will tweet something again.
Who knows? But
I see,
yeah, it's a Friday.
I see Robert had a post. Hey y'all, I'm kind of busy today, but I halfway lost control again, and now I'm where Michael mentioned. I don't care what happens. I'm following the rules. That's when you start thinking like that. That's when you see the light at the end of the tunnel.
I'm right.
Say the least.
Nah, that's good.
So wise.
Halfway losing control is better than fully losing control. So you know you're getting there. If you only half lost control.
Just try to. Yeah, just try to do it for the rest of the month. Take it day by day. You know, today's the 11th. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 13 days. You can do it for 13 days, right? From the 14th to the 30th, at least. Just follow your rules. See where that gets you. And once it works out,
try it.
Then you'll notice you should just totally stick to that.
Exactly. Try it just one day. Tell yourself, look, today or tomorrow, I'm not going to break any rules. And once you do that, try it for 1 week. So, okay, this whole week, I'm not going to break any rules. And then a whole month, and then just keep, going from there. Because,
100%.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of method people use to like quit smoking and stuff. They're like, I'm just not going to smoke for one day, for today, or for 1 hour. I'm not going to smoke, and then 2 hours, and then before you know it, you haven't smoked in a year.
Yep.
Yeah. Like when I'm watching now, like the price action, I think I was lucky today I didn't trade because it's really choppy.
It's nasty. Like today was nasty.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
The market just wants to play around today. Like
this is definitely a play week for them. They went down on Monday from last week with the fake news. Then they had real news. Then they had chop for the rest of the week. Like, whoa, what's going on here?
I kind of want the market to go back to normal now. I mean, it's been a bit exciting, having this extra volatility.
Biden.
Now I'm just
call Biden.
I just kind of wanted to go back to normal. Can we just end the tariff stuff? Can we just all be happy and friendly with everyone? And let's just get the market back to normal. Like it's getting boring now.
Biden, please come back. We are sorry.
Say we are sorry. That's how it is.
Yeah,
that's how it is.
Under Biden, nothing moved.
Yep. At least the levels are being respected. We wasn't having these crazy ranges in a day. It was great for traders. I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
Well, whatever happens, I think once the tariff stuff is over, hopefully things calm down.
Yes.
Hopefully.
If they will be over, like from what I see, like China increase again to 104, I think.
Well, yeah, they're just retaliating.
Yeah.
But it's all petty. Do you know what I mean? Like both sides know that this isn't sustainable for the long term. They're just trying to bully each other. I'm like, come on, man. Let's just cut it now. Let's just go back to normal. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's get the markets back to normal. Just from a pure trading standpoint, I don't even care about the political stuff. It's purely from the trading standpoint. I like a nice clean market. I just want a clean market to trade.
No one wants to go ahead and sing Kumbaya. Like, let's all hug, kiss, and make up, guys.
But that's pretty much it. I think that's time now. So Yeah,
So
Michael,
we will not
Aymane.
see you next week, Sam.
Of course.
Yeah, no, I'm
All
gone
right, guys.
all next week, sadly.
Yeah.
But I'll catch you on the
Enjoy,
week after.
mate.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Enjoy.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy. Be safe, guys.
Take care, guys.
Michael,
Have
thank
a good
you.
one.
Thank you.